of the Billings City Council. If you would please stand for me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain for the invocation by Councilmember Shaw. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please pray with me. God, we pray. Like many eras that have come before, we live in times uncertain. We are dealing with a modern plague. Small businesses are closing, our friends are out of work. Last week, as we celebrated Juneteenth and the end of slavery, I stood in South Park and was reminded this is also Pride Month. And a friend tells me we should have been celebrating Selena Not Afraid's birthday on the 18th. All of us have been humbled and inspired and afraid this spring. Despite this uncertainty, we are together as a community tonight again, as every week, striving to do the best to move Billings forward. Please give us grace to efficiently and empathetically make good decisions, taking into account the varied circumstances of everyone who lives in our city. Together, may we make choices tonight that will make our children proud to call Billings home. Amen.
Thank you very much. Denise Bowman, our city clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Shaw.
Here.
Yakowicz.
Present.
Neese.
Here.
Ewalt.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Shariki.
I'm here.
Darrington.
Present.
Ronning.
Here.
Boyette.
Here.
And Brown.
Here.
Thank you very much, Denise, and I'm here. In case you had any question about it. I'll begin just by reminding council members and the members of the public what the council already knows, which is this is a very long agenda tonight. We're hoping that we can move expeditiously. I'll try to keep us on track. I just ask for everyone's cooperation in that way. I do not want to unduly cut off debate improperly, but just a reminder that we have more than 20 items on the consent agenda, 8 other items, some of which have subparts. So it's a lot, but I'm confident we can be done at least today, and maybe even in just a few hours. First item up is a COVID-19 report by our County Health Officer, John Felton. It's been several weeks. There have been recent developments. I noticed just Sunday was the largest number of COVID cases reported in a single 24-hour period. I think 163,000 worldwide, something like that, more than 35,000 in the United States. So this has not gone away. And John Felton, welcome back. What else do we need to know?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of council, for giving me a few minutes. I promised Chris I would do this in less than an hour and a half, so I think we'll be good.
Okay.
Set the expectations low and then beat them, right? So on the serious note, we did experience our 4th death in Yellowstone County over the weekend. This was a person who was hospitalized. We now have lost 21 Montanans to COVID-19. As the mayor indicated, case counts are rising worldwide and across the U.S. and in Montana as well. Yellowstone County is growing at a lower rate than the rest of the state. But what we see in the rest of the state is there are certain hotspots, if you will. And because of all the work that Billings has done to position ourselves as a regional medical center, that's very, very concerning to us. So we now have 69 cases in Bighorn County, 22 in Custer County, and 15 in Carbon County. And clearly, if those patients become extremely ill or if those systems get overloaded, those patients are coming to Billings. I would refer you again to the dashboard that's on the Riverstone Health website that looks at all the elements that we are concerned about, from public health department capacity to hospital capacity to contact tracing capacity. We have added on there a look at the regional situation. So we are monitoring what's going on throughout eastern Montana, the western Dakotas, and northern Wyoming. Again, although Yellowstone County has about 170,000 residents, our hospitals consider their service area to be about 650,000 people. So we're very mindful of what's going on in those areas. I think clearly what's changed that we're seeing the large number of cases in larger number of cases in Montana and a large number of cases throughout the U.S. is the reopenings. As we are out more, clearly more people are becoming infected. We are doing more testing, but I just let you all know that the vast majority of people who are diagnosed are receiving symptomatic testing. It's not the asymptomatic testing that's revealing lots and lots of cases. There are a few, there's no doubt about it. But the vast majority of cases that are being diagnosed now are people who are symptomatic and seeking testing because of that. And you know, we have a lot of things going on now locally, as well as nationally. You know, that you'll keep hearing us repeating the same important but simple messaging for prevention, which is keep your distance, wash your hands, wear a mask when you're out in public, and also to stay home if you're sick. And those messages, I know people get a little tired of them and think they're not that helpful, but bear in mind that is the intervention of choice to prevent the spread of COVID-19, as well as a lot of other things. Just two more things I want to mention. We did have a drive-through testing event at Metro on Saturday. We had 2,000 tests available. We tested 463 people in a little over 3 hours. Everyone who was there was tested. No one was turned away. We had about 25 who went through the initial process of completing the paperwork and then decided not to go through with the test. So we had just under 500 people who were there, and we tested 463 of those. Those are low priority tests, and I only mean that in the sense of where they fit in the queue. Highest priority tests are those who are symptomatic, and particularly symptomatic in congregate living settings. So asymptomatic people are tested at a slower rate. So we anticipate those results coming back in the next 1 to 2 weeks. And all those are being tested as through the Public Health Service. So we will let people know their results and follow up with any positives. And then the last thing I would just mention is the Unified Health Command, Unified Incident Command, sorry, which is the county-wide structure that's been working on Incident Command, has reduced now our meetings to once every 2 weeks. The objectives that Incident Command structure has are really ongoing objectives, or nothing that's going to be changed very rapidly. The parts of that are the busiest and the most active are, not surprisingly, the Unified Health Command, as well as the Economic Response and Recovery Branch that Steve Arbescow leads. So we'll continue to get together every 2 weeks and keep people updated. All that was done with the clear understanding that if things become more acute, we can certainly get that group together more often. I should have mentioned also with the testing, we are in the process of trying to see if we can develop a walk-in testing process at Riverstone Health for people who just want to be tested. The real challenge is, like everybody else, we don't have a lot of staff who are just sitting around waiting for something to happen. So resourcing that is been a little difficult, but we are working on having more access to just essentially walk in, I want to be tested, or travelers. We have got, Alaska requires people to have a negative COVID-19 test within 3 days of when they arrive in the state. That's a real challenge for us when we, most of the asymptomatic testing is 1 to 2 weeks to get results. So we're looking at the possibility of something that would be a little more rapid result. So that one is still in process. We hope to, in the not too distant future, get some more access to more rapid testing. So with that, Mayor, I will stop and I'd be happy to answer questions anyone might have.
Thank you very much, John. And again, appreciate all your efforts and efforts of your staff and everybody else on the Unified Incident Command and their different organizations. Questions for John Felton? Are there some questions? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. John, thanks for the update. I do have a couple of questions. I'll ask one at a time if Mayor will allow me to continue. I didn't hear, did you mention how many were hospitalized? And if so, do you know how many are out of Yellowstone County and how many are in Yellowstone? In other words, like you say, we're 650,000 really is our area. So how many of those are from Yellowstone County and how many are from out of the area?
So there are 15 active hospitalizations in the state right now.
Okay.
The last I checked, we had just a handful in our hospitals. I'm not sure exactly what the numbers. It kind of changes day to day.
Okay.
But it was last I heard it was 4 or 5 patients. Most of our hospitalized patients actually have been from out of county.
Okay.
Recently.
And Mayor, quick follow up on that, please.
Sure.
So John, the spikes are concerning to me, and I'm sure they're concerning to others as they go along. And you mentioned that based upon, these spikes, if they get up too high, resources and things like that, what do we need to be concerned about these spikes? I mean, I am concerned about it because I see everyone going into the stores without masks. Churches are going. I think there was some church back east at 250, or not, on Oregon, I think it was, got 250 of their congregation got it because they're not wearing masks. Really, how concerned do we need to be about this? And is there something that you as a health officer can do as far as maybe requiring masks in certain instances?
Yeah. So I think one of the things that's been a little bit of a misnomer is the idea of are we in a second wave? Is that what we're seeing now? We're actually still really seeing the first wave. It's just an increase in that first wave. We've never really gotten rid of that.
Okay.
And yes, we should be concerned. I was actually just playing with some charts and data today, and you can really see when you chart out the interventions that have been done, like the stoppage of school, the stay-at-home orders, you can see the effects of a couple of weeks down the road when those numbers begin to go down. You don't really see much of a change in phase 1, which is what we saw, but since phase 2 has begun, and 2 weeks into phase 2 would have been around the 14th of June, and we have really seen an increase since then. And I think it is just people being out. With respect to an order for masking, that's one of those things that theoretically can be done, but it's virtually impossible to enforce. And an unenforceable rule is really a challenge. So we're actually probably going to be doing some press at the end of this week, really reinforcing some of that messaging. There are some counties that have instituted some more significant restrictions. So Bighorn County instituted restrictions about a week or 10 days ago. Custer County has recommended that people and organizations go back to their phase 1 levels. Missoula County does have some restrictions on group size. Most of the counties in the state are really sticking to the governor's directive and guidance at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for John? Any other questions for John? Don't see any. So John, again, thank you. Please communicate our appreciation, and please don't hesitate to contact us at any time if you would like to make a report. You think there's something the community needs to know.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to approval of the minutes, which actually is quick tonight because there aren't any. They're all pending. We'll have those at our next business meeting. Are there any council courtesies tonight? Don't see any of those, so I'll move on to a proclamation. We do have a proclamation tonight. It's 2 days out of date, but I think it's just still very timely, so I'm going to read it. It's in recognition of Juneteenth National Freedom Day. It was presented at the South Park Juneteenth celebration in South Park on Saturday. Councilmember Yakowicz, I was out of town, read the proclamation on our behalf, so thank you, Councilmember Yakowicz. The proclamation reads that whereas in 2017, the Montana legislature adopted a bill establishing Juneteenth National Freedom Day on the 3rd Saturday of June to celebrate African American emancipation from slavery, the freedom won by people in many countries, and to rededicate ourselves to the cause of liberty. And whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States, and whereas the story of almost 500 years of slavery in North America and its abolition received relatively little attention in our history books, and Juneteenth gives us an opportunity to learn more and never forget our ancestors who endured one of the worst slave experiences in human experience. And whereas every day African Americans in our nation are reminded of the legacy of slavery, and Juneteenth provides a way to acknowledge the reality of their experience celebrate the fortitude of the human heart, and claim the promise of deliverance. And whereas we should all admire the example of our enslaved ancestors who never gave up hope and whose perseverance inspired African-American heroism during the Civil War and helped launch the civil rights era of today. And whereas we stand together in proclaiming that all men and women are created equal and deserving of freedom, love, and respect. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of Billings, do hereby proclaim Saturday, June 20th, 2020 as Juneteenth National Freedom Day in Billings and invite the citizens of our city to observe this day with appropriate ceremonies and activities celebrating freedom. Thank you very much for everybody who was involved in recognizing Juneteenth National Freedom Day. Move on then to council reports. Do we have any council reports from other organizations? I don't see any. So Chris Kukulsi, do you have any administrator report?
Mayor and council, I'll be brief. We did receive two pieces of ex parte communication beyond three today. They both had to do with the budget, both expressing desire for pools and splash pads to remain open. The second and last item I have is a reminder that next Monday is one of those rare fifth Mondays that happens a couple times a year. And so we do not have a city council meeting next week. So that's the end of my report, Mayor and council.
Thank you, Chris. Move on then with public comment on non-public hearing items. Tonight, there's a lot of public hearings, but there are two items for which there is no public hearing. And so any member of the public will need to call this phone number, 237-6196, to comment on anything on item 1, which is the consent agenda with about 22 sub-items, and item number 8, which is the public safety mill levy that is proposed for item 8. There is no public hearing on those items, so now is the time to call that number, 237-6196, if you would like to comment on anything on the consent agenda or item number 8. Again, there is a delay between what you're hearing at home and the actual meeting. The actual meeting is ahead of what you're hearing. Therefore, you need to mute your or silence your television or your computer so that you're listening to what you hear on the phone, not coming across your speakers. 237-6196. Denise, do we have any public comment on item number 1 or number 8?
I have nothing coming in so far.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder for anybody who's out there listening, if you want to see a copy of the council's agenda, you can go to the city's website and just do a search in the search bar for city council agenda, look for tonight, and you'll see a copy of the agenda there. Hearing no public comment on items 1 or item number 8, we'll declare public comment on those items closed and move on and ask council for separations. Any items on item number 1, the consent agenda, that require a separate discussion or vote? Councilmember Neese?
I'll be separating item K for separate vote, please.
Item K, resolution relating to tax increment bonds. Thank you very much. Any other separations? Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be abstaining from item 1C and 1L2.
Councilmember Brown, item 1C is in cat and 1L2.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Other separations? Are there any other separations? Any other items for separation? If not, is there a motion? Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor and Council. I make a motion to approve all except item 1C, K, and L2.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning makes the second. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion or questions for staff or anything else? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. My question relates to 1A, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1J. So A, 1, 2, 3, 4 were all in the CIP estimate prices and everything came in lower. And so is the SID in J already fixed with the estimated price, or is it going to be changed to the actual price of each items because there's quite a bit of difference in what people are gonna have to pay for SIDs.
Okay, I assume that's a question for probably Andy Zeller. Is that correct, Andy or Chris Kukulski?
I can jump in there. Yes, once all the costs are completed, the project is completed, it will be adjusted to the actual expense. So we can never raise it higher than what the estimates are, but at the end of the day, when we're all completed, what they'll be assessed can be lower than what the top was.
Okay, Councilor Riewoldt?
Thank you, Mayor. So that 1,133,000, that's not a bond or something that's being sold now after we approve it tonight, and then it can be adjusted lower, or do you just wait till all this is done and then you redo it? And if that's the case, why is it on tonight's agenda?
Andy, I'm going to ask if you can help me kind of with some of the details of the steps that we take here.
Yeah, I can try to jump in here. The amounts borrowed are only going to be for actual construction costs. I guess Chris stated, well, I should back up, plus the engineering cost, plus the revolving fund charges. Those are spelled out in the bond resolution, but we won't be over borrowing and then assessing. We will borrow based upon actual costs.
And so, Andy, just to be clear, we've got a draft bond resolution that specifies the specific number of 1,133,000, et cetera, that will be amended to the correct numbers. And so if we approve tonight, we're only approving that as a draft, but staff will be making the correction. Is that correct?
No, the staff will be, if you look at the bond resolution that was attached, it breaks out the cost by by district, including those construction costs, and then it has all the engineering fees and the revolving fund contribution, the bank fees, the issuance costs. They're all broken out there by type, consistent with those construction costs, I believe.
So you're saying the number is accurate because it reflects the lower bids that were received.
We won't be over borrowing based upon estimates. We'll be borrowing based upon actual costs here. I'm trying to pull it up and see if there's a difference.
Okay, so it either reflects the corrected bids or it creates a cap, perhaps. I don't know without having gone back and looked at it. I'm just trying to get my own arms around that. But hopefully it does one or the other. It's either got the correct number or the higher number is expressly stated to be a cap, and the actual bond amount will be less.
I think Jennifer has something
Jennifer can edify us. Jennifer DeRay, our Assistant Public Works Director.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. We did adjust the cost because they all came in lower. So the cost that we sent over to finance for the sale of bonds was adjusted to our construction costs. There's always a contingency in our construction costs. So if we have any change orders, it will incorporate those, but the amount assessed to property owners will be based on actual at the end of the project. But the numbers for this bond sale were adjusted based on our bid numbers.
Okay. Councilor Riewoldt, does that do the trick?
I just got one follow-up question, Mayor. Thank you. If that's the case, why do we have that on tonight's consent agenda? Why don't we wait till the numbers have been finalized and then we consent agenda it?
Somebody from staff can answer that, maybe, Councilor or Chris?
Generally speaking, so let's say the council didn't approve it or didn't approve the bids. The projects would be done. So I think it's critical. I think the mayor, I think of it as a not to exceed. First have those estimates. Now we got these bids. They do include contingencies, but the actual SID amount will be lowered or adjusted by staff. And my presumption is the authority is there for me or Andy to make those adjustments as long as they're down, not up.
Okay, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. This issue came up on something else a while ago, and Chris just said this. He looks at it as a not to exceed, but the document doesn't stay that. And so I think we need to have documents that actually stay not to exceed or up to the amount. So I'm okay with us having staff change the resolution if they can, and maybe Brent can chime in on here, but to say not to exceed. And then, because Chris is right, we can't get the bids done, have it paid, and then it gets, denied somehow by the council. So as long as there's not to exceed up there, I think that we should move forward on that, but not an exact amount.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think we can do a not to exceed, because if we have a change order or something comes up, we would have to exceed. I mean, am I incorrect in that?
Was that the question to Andy or Chris?
Any staff, I suppose, anybody, or Jennifer even.
Jennifer?
So you're seeing this on the agenda tonight, first of all, because we are actually selling the bonds. So we will receive the cash in July, which is critical because we don't have the cash flow to fund these projects without receiving that money from the sale of bonds. So we will receive the money. That's why it's on the agenda tonight. The number that you approve in these SIDs is always the maximum. That is why we always also include a contingency in there to make sure that we have enough room for those change orders if we have any.
Okay, back to Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And so, Jennifer, I thought I heard you say that you couldn't increase the amount that you assess to the property owners after, we do this. So what you're saying is you're actually collecting more than what is expected to be spent just to be able to incorporate what you normally see in change orders, I'm assuming. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, we're going to assess the maximum amount this fall. Property owners will see that on their taxes as an assessment. Once we close out the project, we send those final numbers over to finance and they readjust property owners' assessments based on actuals.
I see. So the amount will be refunded in a sense on the next tax cycle.
Their assessment amount will be readjusted.
Yeah. Okay, I see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. The taxpayer is not overcharged, is the bottom line there. Any other questions? Just a reminder, we have a motion for approval of the non-separated items by Councilmember Biakovich, seconded by Councilmember Rotting. Other discussion on the motion? Any other discussion on the motion? If not, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of the motion for approval, non-separate items, raise your hand, please. Voting in favor, Council members Chiriky, Cole, Boyette, Shaw, Brown, Joy, Yakowicz, Neese, Parrington, and Ewalt. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. First separated item then, Councilmember Neese, this was your item. Well, I'm sorry, item 1C. There was an abstention by Councilmember Brown. Phase 2 terminal concourse expansion. That's a contract with Councilmember Brown's employer. Is there a motion pertaining to that item? Councilmember Yakowicz?
Yes, Your Honor, and Council, I make a motion to approve item C.
Second by Councilmember Boyette.
With the extension, with the absent, I believe Mr. Brown will not be voting.
Yes. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Item 1C passes unanimously with the exception of Councilmember Brown, who did not vote. Next item up is item 1K, resolution relating to tax increment bonds. Councilmember Neese, that was your separation. Would you like to start us off?
I actually separated this for a separate vote, but Andy, I'll ask you this. What's the current, these bonds, if they go through, this will extend the TIF district by 5 years, correct?
Yes, this would extend the TIF district through its full life. I'd remind you that at this point, you had approved the parameters resolution, which authorized staff to go out and sell these bonds within those parameters. These were within those parameters. That maximum interest rate was 5%. This is 3.55. So within the parameters that you guys authorized at this point, I mean, the bonds have been signed and sold. So we would, this is I would say more of a formality at this point than anything else. The parameters resolution, as we clarified at that point in time, was when you set your intention on whether you wanted to sell the bonds or not. But you are correct. This is extending the life of the district.
Okay, thank you for that.
Quick follow-up on that, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Denise.
So Andy, kind of going back to what Jennifer said about, and Chris, we don't want to, get ourselves in a position where we approve something later on and reject it. If the council, for some reason, were to reject this, then these bonds would be unfunded, or because you said we already sold them?
Correct. You had authorized us to proceed. So if this were not approved, we have a contract with the bond holders that we will pay them these bond proceeds. At this point, I would imagine we'd be in violation of a contract at that point.
Should we be holding off on resolutions, like you're selling in these bonds until actually resolutions come into place? We don't ever get into a situation like that?
That's not possible. This is the process that's set out in statute, and I apologize if I wasn't clear on the parameters resolution. I tried to reiterate it very clearly, and that's the case with any bond sale. When we do a parameters resolution, if that's really council's opportunity to say we don't want to proceed, and then staff won't. But the reason it works out this way is because you can't time a bond sale with a council meeting that same day. It couldn't functionally work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ronnie and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I move that council approves the resolution relating to tax increment bonds, fixing the form and details and providing for the execution, delivery, and security as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on the motion. Motion is for approval. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Chiriqui, Cole, Boyette, Shaw, Ronning, Brown, Joy, Yakowicz, and Purington. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Neese and Ewald. Thank you very much. Motion carries. Last item on the consent agenda is item 1L2, bills for the week of May 26. Is there a motion or questions relating to that item? Councilmember Joy.
I move we approve bills of the week, May 26, 2020.
Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of approval, consistent with the motion, raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Chiriqui, Cole, Boyette, Shaw, Ronning, Joy, all council members voted in favor with the exception of council member Brown, who abstained. Thank you very much. It brings us to item number 2. Denise, would you read item number 2?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 977. A zone change to amend the zone district boundary lines within a plan development agreement to increase the acres in the underlying community commercial zoning, increase the acres in the neighborhood commercial zoning, decrease the acres in the residential multifamily zoning, and decrease the acres in the residential manufactured home zoning, generally located at King Avenue West and 48th Street West, Western Sky Subdivision, Mont Vista LLC, owner, and Sanderson Stewart, agent. The Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. We have a presentation tonight by our planner, Karen Hussman. Karen, share your slide if you or your screen with us if you'd like. That's quite a background you have. Are you out in the woods today?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm not. I'd like to be. I'm going to attempt to share my screen with you. Denise, it's not giving me permission to share.
Go ahead and try now, Karen.
There you go. We can see it. Also, the little slides down the left.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, this is a zone change to amend a plan development zone district boundary. The surrounding zoning is a variety. There are 2 other plan developments to the north and east. There's ag open to the north and west, residential 15,000 to the west, residential 7,000 to the south, and then residential multifamily restricted to the east. The applicant is not actually changing the zoning with regard to restrictions and allowances. It is simply changing the boundaries of the underlying zoning to line up with the pending lot line relocation and to line up with their access, their ingress and egress. The applicant's been working with the city staff and coordinating with the Public Works Department and planning with regard to the relocation of their boundary lines and their ingress and egress points. The request will not significantly deviate from the original plan. The Zoning Commission did hold their public hearing and is forwarding a recommendation of approval based on the findings of the review criteria. The proposed amendment is in conformance with the growth policy and the West Billings neighborhood plan. It will simply realign the underlying zoning with the boundary line adjustments that are currently pending. That concludes my presentation. I know that the applicant's agent, I believe, is available for detailed questions if you have them. I'm also willing to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Do we have questions either for Karen or Scott or any other staff member? Karen, I'm going to ask you to shrink. Well, I can. Perfect. Thank you. Questions or motion? Councilmember Neese.
Karen, just a quick question about the zoning. You say there's not a zoning change. When was this put in? Do you know when it was actually zoned community commercial?
The original zoning, I think, went into effect in 2017. Mr. Morgan might be able to correct me if I'm wrong on that. They did do another amendment in January for that community commercial for allowances in that district.
Okay. I thought I remember seeing some kind of zoning change on this earlier this year. So that was probably the January change what we saw. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Well, then, Mayor, I'll move to approve the. I'm sorry. Do we have to have public hearing first?
We do. Thank you very much.
Wait.
Any other questions for staff before, or I'm sorry, Bill Morgan, before we go to public hearing? Not seeing any, so we will open it up for public hearing. If anybody'd like to be heard, the phone number that you need to call is 237-6196, 237-6196. Reminder, there is a delay, so please silence whatever it is you're listening to the meeting on. 237-6196. Because of that delay, we'll delay briefly before we close the public hearing. Denise, please let us know if we get a phone call the next few seconds, and we'll reopen, I guess. But I'm going to close the public hearing just to save time and keep moving. With that, we'll go back and entertain a motion. Councilmember Neese, you wanted to make a motion, I believe?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move we approve zone change 977 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Thank you very much. I saw a second by Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on the motion, which is for approval. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. I see, I'm looking for Councilmember Ewald. There he is. Council approves the motion unanimously. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I think we're missing Purington.
Oh, thank you. It seemed like we were one short. If Councilmember Purington, if you can hear us, would you come back to us? We miss you. You may have some technical difficulties there. Councilmember Purington, if you're having problems, please call that same 237-6196 number and talk to Denise, and she'll fill us in on if you're having some more permanent tech problems. Otherwise, we assume you'll be joining us soon. Okay, the motion still passes. We will record Councilmember Purington as abstaining due to technical difficulties. And move on then to item number 3. Denise, would you please read item number 3?
Okay, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution vacating the alley adjacent to lots 1 through 6, Block 1, Luray subdivision. Propiedad LLC petitioner. Staff recommends approval, and action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation. And Ms. Purington is joining us again.
Okay, welcome back, Councilmember Purington. Councilmember Purington, we did go ahead and vote and declared item number 2 passed. Would you like to be recorded either as absent due to technical difficulties or vote either in favor or against item number 2, just for the record? Councilmember Purington, you're muted.
Okay, so what happened? We voted for.
We approved it with everybody voting in favor, but you were absent because of those technical difficulties.
Yeah, so that's fine. Whichever works best for you. If
Okay,
it's
since you didn't vote, do those, we'll just mark you as being excused for technical reasons.
Okay.
And we're now on item number 3, which has just been read. We have a presentation, I believe Debbie Melling will be making that, our city engineer. Debbie?
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Let me pull up the screen here. Can everyone see that okay? I assume? Okay. So this is an alley vacation. We talked briefly about it when we brought the petition forward for the acknowledgement. Now we'll go through some of the details and answer some of the questions that came up that night. This is just location map showing where it is. It's in the Heights, east of Lincoln Lane. And you can see on the map to the right, it shows the alley that runs between the 2 parcels. Actually, there's 1 parcel to the north and then several parcels to the south. Some details about this. The alley itself was platted with the Luray subdivision in 1960. That is the subdivision to the south of the alley. So when that came in, that subdivided and that dedicated the alley. And then in 2015, when the unplatted property to the north of there annexed into the city, then the city the city took on that alley as well. So we get right of way that is adjacent to annexations. So that is a city right of way that runs through that alley. I'm not sure what I said. Oh, development plan. There is a little bit of a plan for development, but the petitioner's representative is on tonight, and so I'm hoping they can give a few more details. We don't have many details other than the fact that they are just looking at developing that 1 parcel north of the alley as of now. And the valuation is set at about $2.18 per square foot. The alley right of way was 4,700, just over 4,700 square feet. During the previous discussion, it was asked to look into a 10-foot right-of-way dedication on Lincoln Lane in exchange for the alley vacation. The petitioner was amenable to that, and so we put together the cost difference between the two. And city staff is recommending at this time a 10-foot right-of-way. It's 40 feet now, and so having that additional 10 feet on the east, and then we would look at 10 feet on the west at the same time at the time of development for Lincoln Lane. We think the 10 feet is the right number as of now for that right-of-way dedication. So we gave you 3 alternatives in the packet. One is to vacate the alley with full compensation, which is just over $10,000. One is to vacate that alley with an offset for the Lincoln Lane dedication. That's right around $6,500, or not approve the vacation at all. In the just a few minutes ago, it came up that there was the recommendation on the actual agenda is different than the agenda packet. So in the agenda packet, it does have the correct city staff recommendation, which is to hold the public hearing and approve the vacation in exchange for the 10 feet of right-of-way. So if you want to make that motion using the recommendation in the packet, that is there. And like I said, the applicant is here if you would like to have them answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Debbie. If you can ask, I'll put a question to you. One question here was, if there is going to be development on the south side of the alley by this developer, that's one question. And if so, should we be conditioning vacation on their petitioning for annexation so that the property comes in, pays city taxes, rather than becoming some sort of a county orphan?
Right. At this time, the property owner on the north side of that alley is not the same as the property owner of the 4 parcels on the south side of the alley. So on the south side of the alley, the county portion, that is owned by a different individual. They are in the county, like I said. So at this time, the south property owners are quit claiming their interest in this alley to the north. However, it is not the same property owner.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for staff or for the agent, Councilmember Neese, before we move to a public hearing?
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, it looks like you're taking care of the Lincoln Lane, but what about, if I don't know if you put the map up, but I think, is it Griffin Lane? It looks to me like there's some roadway there that gets really narrow when it goes by that property. Did you guys, that was the other thing I talked about during the initial application coming in. Are you guys looking at making sure there's enough residential roadway to get through there? Because it looks like it's only half the road.
For Griffing on the backside, I see what you're saying. I don't believe, let me pull this up one more time. So Griffing on the backside is not constructed as of now. I would need to look at this. We certainly could look at that. We did not have that conversation with the property owner, with the applicant, no. And they are on, like I said, so we could certainly pose the question to them.
Eventually the street will be developed out there, and we'd hope it would. And another quick question for Debbie, Mayor.
Sure.
Are both these north and south parcels, are they county? Or is one county, one city? Or they, which one is
north
county?
Is city.
The
north is in the city. This one that is the petitioner is in the city. The south is in the county. Right.
The south is in the county, and that's the one that's all broken up between several property owners.
Yes, that was subdivided in the 60s.
Okay.
Other questions, either for Scott or staff before we open up for public hearing? Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking over here, the request to vacate public right-of-way. And it says to develop a dry storage facility that will be located on both areas currently separated by the alley right-of-way. So that means they got plans to build on both sections. And so if they do that, part of it will be in county, part of it will be in the city.
So, sorry, can I?
Yeah, go ahead and comment, and then we'll ask Scott to if needed.
That was discussed early on, and I don't know where you're reading that. Is that in a letter from the petitioner?
It It says request to vacate public right of way, and it's got city works, public
Oh,
public
okay.
works, Heights, Montana, Dakota Utilities, and then it's got petitioner's interest in vacating the public right of way, and it's to build
Okay.
and straddle the alley and build on both properties.
So that was the original petition. We have had conversations with them since that time. And I am going to let Scott address this because I don't like speaking on behalf of the developer. But if it does develop, if the two parcels develop as one development, they cannot be a split. They can't be one in the city and one in the county. They would have to be both in the city if the development goes across those. In addition, if they're going to have water or sewer on that south parcel, they have to be in the city. So they would be bound for annexation if that development was going to go over both lots.
Scott Aspenleiter, would you like to add to anything about that and what the current plan is for the southern portion?
Yes, thanks, Mayor, Council. At this point, as Debbie has said, the properties are owned by two different developers. The plan is to build on the north side and do a storage project on the north. The south property owner is still working through trying to sell to another developer those 6 lots that have not been aggregated yet. That process is underway. They just vacated the roads and the alleyways in the county through the county commission here. I believe a couple weeks ago that was taken care of. At this point, we have not been commissioned to do any kind of designs or layout or anything like this. The two developers are at this point not moving on the same trajectory. So right now it's zoned to allow for community commercial. If it was going to develop out in any kind of format in which you needed water or sewer, because we're within 500 feet of the city, we would need to annex into the city, and that southern property at that time would come into the city as well. Right now, because there's no agreements in place between those two developers, I can't tell you that they're going to be working together and building a collective project, or that they won't. I can't speak to that at this point, but if it moves forward, there is no ability to put a well and septic out there if they're going to use public utilities and build a project there. They'd be required to come into the city through annexation.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ewell.
Thank you, Mayor. So dry storage, we're talking mini storage, self-storage, whatever. You probably need bathroom facilities and office facilities in one part. So you put that on the city section, the north side right now. Straddle the line like they say in their request for vacating the alley. And you don't need any, dry storage doesn't need water or sewer on the county side. So what guarantee do we have that would have to be annexed to the city?
Scott, can you answer that, or can Debbie answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Ewald, at this point, the petition is coming from Propriedad LLC, the person within the city, and they have a plan to build out a kind of a modified storage project in which they will have a clubhouse there and an office with utilities and be more garage style. And as opposed to dry storage, there won't be utilities in any of those projects. That's where the application has come from. I'm not under any kind of contract or agreement between the two parties. I really can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor?
Councilmember Ewell, will let you finish up, then Councilmember Neese, then Tricky. Councilmember Ewell.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we either postpone this or vote this vacation down because of the information we have where they say they're going to build on both sides. And if you vacate 10 feet, that would make hardly any difference on the north half of that property. So I'm saying, unless we get a guarantee some way that that comes into the city so that we can actually get benefits from it, so people aren't pulling off the south side and pulling onto our services all the time. So
Okay, thank you,
my
Mayor.
motion is not to accept the vacation until we get a guarantee that it comes all into the city.
Okay, Councillor Ewalt, I'm going to rule your motion out of order only because we haven't had the public hearing yet.
Oh,
But,
sorry.
you've signaled exactly where you'd like to go, so thank you very much. Any other questions for staff before, or the developer before we open for public hearing? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Scott, you mentioned something while you were talking that the owners are going to the county for road vacation. Can you elaborate on what is happening in the county? This is something we're seeing at the city, but what are they doing with the county, and how is it impacting? What roads are they vacating?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Neese, if Debbie, can you pull up your map again, if that's not too big of a hassle? And if you can slide over to our plat map there.
Hold on, it's giving me errors here. Let me see if we can just kind of do it like this.
There. So there was a public road that split the middle of lots it's on the south side of lots 1 through 6. And then there's a lot 1A, lot 3, lot 4, lot 5, 6 on block 2.
Okay.
So it's that public right of way just above those 2 lots that got vacated.
So that got vacated to who? The lots 1, or did it get split down the middle?
It got split right down the middle, just like it would have come from through dedication.
And that stayed in the county. So this is becoming an even larger county island because there is no roadway there now?
There's no ability to build back there, Councilman Neese, because those lots are so small, and with rules as they are now, you can't put a septic on anything that's less than a ½ acre. On top of that, because like I said, we're within 500 feet, if we were going to develop, we would have to aggregate all of that. So part of the county abandonment of that road in the middle was to aggregate that entire lot, or aggregate all of those lots to the south outside of the one that has the house on it. So that you could do something with it. The way that those lots were created, there's no way to build anything on it because you can't build over lot lines. So that's all aggregated. That right of way is all abandoned through the county. Those lot lines will be adjusted as a plat gets filed with an aggregation.
Okay, thank you.
Within the next 12 months.
A quick follow-up to Debbie on that.
Sure, and then we'll open up for public hearing.
Thank you.
Councilor Manise?
Debbie, were you aware that they went to the county and vacated that roadway?
We didn't know that, no.
Okay, so the plot map that you have presented to us, shows that roadway there. So now does the fact that they've now changed that and now are looking at consolidating that entire block change your recommendation to the city, or would you like to reconsider what they're doing on this before we move forward on something like this?
If you look at the map that we have for the city limits, the city is extended to the north. And so there is a long portion of city property to the north of here. Adding the additional 10 feet of this vacated alley, or 20 feet, I guess it is, of the vacated alley, I don't think changes what we're looking at here. I don't think staff has a strong preference one way or the other for this.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll open it up for public hearing. We'll come back to council for further discussion, and if there are other questions, that'll be fine. But just keep things moving. We'll move to public hearing. 237-6196 for any members of the public who would like to call that number and comment on item number 3, the possible alley vacation in La Ray subdivision. 237-6196, 237-6196. Call that number if you'd like to be heard. Denise Bowman, our clerk, will wave her hand or something if we see somebody calling in. Please remember to mute your television or your computer because our meeting is ahead of what you're seeing. There is a delay. We have delayed while we waited for people to call in. So Denise, do we have any callers?
I do not, Mayor.
Okay, again, alert us in the next few seconds. You see something, but I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 3 and move ahead to further questions or a motion relating to item number 3. I seek the hand of Councilmember Tricky, which I appreciate, but Councilmember Ewalt made it clear before that he wanted to make a motion, so I'd like to honor that. Councilmember Ewalt will let you begin if you'd like.
Having conducted public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to disapprove the resolution vacating the alley adjacent to the Luray subdivision as recommended by staff unless there's a guarantee that it all becomes city property.
Okay, so that's the motion for disapproval, but I guess it includes actually a motion for approval if there is some sort of guarantee of annexation. Is there a second to the motion? Councilmember Tricky?
No, I'm not seconding. I'd actually like a ruling from you, Mr. Mayor, as to whether or not this motion is in order, since it's asking us to take into consideration property that is not being considered at this time and that the developers do not have any control over whatsoever.
Yeah, obviously that's an interesting question. I suppose one way to interpret the motion would be that if this applicant were to acquire an interest in the part of the property, and I would suggest that would be better because obviously he can't and we can't control property that's not owned by the applicant, but that the applicant would make a petition for annexation or something along those lines. But at this point, we don't have a second for the motion. So is there a second to the motion? Councilmember Yakowicz, I saw Councilmember Yakowicz's second. So now we have a motion on the table, discussion on the motion. Councilmember Ewalt?
I made that motion because of the information we have, and the information we have says it will be developed on both sides of the vacated alley. And if that's not the information we're supposed to get, then we should be given the right information to consider what we're supposed to do on this. And we can't keep giving city services away. That's just it, so.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question to Debbie on this. If we deny this, can the applicant come back with additional information later, or does this keep him from coming back for a year later like some of these denials?
I don't believe there's anything in statute that says it has a certain time period after denial to come back. So I believe he can come back after they reconsider it or have different information to provide.
Okay. Well, Mayor, I support this motion. I think there's some new information here that the staff should consider with what these applicants have done as far as vacating to the county. The Griffin Road needs to be addressed. I think that should be looked at a little bit further. So I'm okay with denying this as it is, just right across the board, annexation or not. I prefer to see annexation, but I'll support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I have a question. The comment was made that we're giving away city services. What city services are we giving away? Thank you.
I don't know whether any council members, or I'm sorry, staff, that's a question. It's already part of the city. I'm gonna try to avoid the back and forth between the council. Chris Kukulski, I mean, this is, we're not giving away services, but we are giving away land. Obviously, although maybe we're getting a swap of other land. But Chris, do you want to comment on that? And then Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a good answer in that. When it comes to services being provided to those parcels that are not included in this discussion, they're receiving the same services any non-city parcel would receive in their adjacency to the city limits, but we're not providing them water, sewer, fire, maybe if they're in the BUFSA, they would get fire service, et cetera. So I don't know what it may need more clarification as to whether they're directly receiving services or indirectly receiving services due to their proximity to the city limits.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Boyette.
I call question on this motion.
Okay, so that means that it's not debatable, so we need to have a vote on whether to have a vote, which requires, I think, 2/3, which will be 8 in this case. All in favor of proceeding to the vote consistent with the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Cole, Boyette, Treaky, Shaw, Ronning, Neese, Ewalt, and Brown, and Purington. So I guess the motion passes. Vote, if you'd like to vote in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Joy and Yakowicz. So we will proceed to a vote on Councilmember Ewalt's motion, which is for denial, absent some sort of guarantee that the property to the south will be annexed. All in, and I'll just comment. Well, no, I'm not going to comment. All voting in favor, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Boyette, Neese, Ewalt, Yakowicz, Purington, and voting in opposition. Please raise your hand if you're voting in opposition. Council members Treaky, Shaw, Ronning, Joy, Brown, and I guess that leaves me, so I'll vote in opposition. So we're back. The motion fails, but we're back without an underlying motion. Councilmember Treaky.
Yes, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't use the exact language, but I move that we adopt the recommendation from staff with the vacating of the alley and the additional right-of-way being added in.
Okay, motion made and seconded by Councilmember Shaw, consistent with the staff recommendation for the a land swap of Lincoln Lane property. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Yakowicz, then Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Honored Council. Just quickly, I wanted to, I will oppose this, and just for the basic reason, other than that the information is new and there's more to go into it. I've been in that area. It's very, it's a developing area. There's a lot of concern I have with, on one hand, a development of housing, and then another development of putting storage together. Though I understand that it's all legitimate, it just, I think that area needs a little bit more attention. And I appreciate what Mr. Ewalt was doing to try to slow this down a little bit and evaluate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I voted along with Councilman Ewald, only from my experience for about 10 years in the zoning department. I think when there's some confusion, we need to straighten it out prior to the vote. That's all I was voting for, was make it clear one way or the other. There's been some additional information. We're not opposed to the applicant coming back with an upgraded information so that we're all on the same page. That's all I would ask.
Thank you very much. I'll speak in opposition to the motion. I also have no real opposition to the vacation. but it does seem like we need to pursue a little more information, perhaps get a very explicit agreement from the applicant that if the applicant acquires the property to the south, that they will petition for annexation. While we have this leverage, and I would support if this motion fails, a motion just to table it. I oppose the first one just because it seemed a little too abrupt and the denial and a little unclear. But I would support a later motion just to table this for the time being. Further discussion on the motion for approval by Councilmember Tricky. Councilmember Trickies?
I would be fine accepting amendment there, which stated that if the applicant acquired that land, that they annex it to the city.
Okay, that's an offer. I guess you can, it's your motion, and if the second person, the person who made the second approves, you're the master of your own motion. With your permission, Councilmember Tricky, I'm going to ask Chris Kukulski to comment before we pursue further discussion. Councilmember Chris Kukulski.
Mayor and council, and so it's in these COVID times, asking a question like this to the developer isn't as easy as just kind of sliding to the pew behind me. But I'm curious if the developer, if everybody might benefit from simply postponing this a few weeks so that we can try to get these things ironed out rather than taking definitive motions of all this or all that. I worry that the people may misinterpret things and go away mad and upset, and then we lose whatever this is to clean it up. So I agree. We came without all the full information. If the applicant thinks there's no problem with buying a few more weeks, that's what I would suggest we do here to see if we can't work it out.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure who to recognize, but Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll make a substitute motion to table this so the staff can bring this back to us after considering the new information from the county, the Griffin Lane, and they're bringing that for us. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if the applicant wants to speak right now, I'm willing to withdraw, and we don't have to do any of that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to get the second by Councilmember Boyette, just recognized. But I will ask the applicant if you'd like to comment on the motion, substitute motion that's now before us. Scott?
Excuse me, point of order.
Excuse me, Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, I believe that's point of order. I think the time for discussion was prior to the motion and the presentation and that. We should have heard from the developer. I think we gave the developer time at that time. I would love to hear from the developer too. However, they didn't speak up during the presentation time when asked to. So this is time for council to discuss and vote.
Okay, I'll go along with that. I was just trying to add some clarity for the benefit of the council, but we don't have any reason to think that there is a time criticalness about this. So further discussion on the motion to table. This is a substitute motion to replace the underlying motion. Is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion to table, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Cole, Boyette, Ewalt, Neese, Joy, Ronning, Yakowicz, Brown, and Purington. Voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Shaw and Tricky. So the motion to table passes. Staff and the applicant can discuss the issue further, and I'm sure we hope bring this back since there really is, I don't think, any real opposition to the concept of vacation. Thank you very much. That then concludes item number 3. We'll move on to item number 4. Denise, can you read item number 4?
Public hearing and resolution establishing and revising planning and engineering divisions fees for fiscal year 21 through fiscal year 22. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Okay, Monica Plecker has a presentation for us tonight from Planning Department. Monica?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I do have a brief presentation for you. I just want to reiterate that this is actually a joint effort between planning and engineering. So The fees are presented as one, but there are two benefiting divisions. It's because we do this, we've done this in the past. We do it because the processes are planning processes that engineering participates in. And the applicant is just submitting one application with one fee. We just kind of have some internal mechanics. So just for point of clarification there. And we also do have Jennifer DeRay available if there are engineering fee specific questions. But with that, I will lead into the presentation and see if I can get the screen shared. Is everybody seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So past city councils have instructed staff to bring forward proposed increases or changes in fees every 2 years. Just as a point of clarification, they only gave direction on time frame, not the specific increases themselves. The fees were last adjusted as a part of the fiscal year 19 budget. And because we're in the 2-year cycle, I reevaluated fees this year with our current budget process. I do consider our personnel operations and maintenance cost and go into a bit of a time study with different staff as far as, generally, how long is it taking to process these applications? Every application, of course, is different. Some have more complexities than others, but in thinking about an average application and trying to get to that number, I do feel like a 10% increase in most fees is appropriate. There are a couple of things that don't necessarily to a T follow the 10%. For instance, there is no proposed increase in our signs. We currently assess signs based on square footage at $3 a square foot, and there is no proposed increase there. There is a brand new fee associated with phased subdivisions. This was something that was implemented as a part of a previous legislature and is now in our subdivision regulations, and it's a process that wasn't previously in our fee schedule. So I have proposed a new fee for phased subdivisions based on the process that it requires and the time involved. And then also for our annexation and zoning sign bonds, those were previously around $50 to $54. And I have proposed that those increase to $125 based on the cost to replace the signs. And with that being said, those sign bonds are actually mentioned in 2 places on the second page of Exhibit A, and one shows 125 and the other shows 100. It does need to be corrected to have 125 reflected in both if you so choose to approve these fees. I am careful when I'm coming up with the recommendation to also be aware and conscientious of other communities. I've only chosen to highlight a handful of kind of the major application types, the biggest, the heaviest lifts, if you will. So this table here shows basically the fees for minor subdivisions, major subdivisions, and zone changes. I can say that consistently Missoula is significantly higher than the city of Billings, even with the 10% increase. Sometimes it's twice as high. And we're more in line. Bozeman is still higher in subdivision, but when it comes to zoning, Bozeman is sometimes 2 to 3 times higher. For instance, a zoning variance is actually $1,200 higher in the city of Bozeman than in the city of Billings. So also with that being said, we're not the cheapest either. We're consistently higher than Great Falls most of the time across the various applications. So, as far as just looking around the state and seeing comparisons, we are by no means the highest. And I do not feel like even with a 10% increase, we're even coming close to, seeing some of those high marks in other communities. So attached to the resolution, you do have Exhibit A. The first page focuses on subdivision fees. The second page focuses on zoning application fees. The third page is related to engineering fees for site plan review. And then you have Exhibit B, which is proposed project recode fees. We are anticipating that in this fiscal year, you will be able to consider project recode for adoption. With that being said, there are some new processes that are intended to be in place, and the resolution is actually written in such a way that says that this Exhibit B would not become effective until project recode is adopted and effective. But it is important to understand, and it was important for me to give thought to those new processes and what they could entail. So that is a part of this proposal as well. Generally speaking, in planning, a 10% increase in fees with some estimated application numbers could be around $25,000 per year, and in engineering fees, it would be about $6,000 in new revenues. Because we are a city-county department, the planning fees will be a part of our budget discussion with the Board of County Commissioners. And in fact, I have a budget discussion with them at tomorrow's meeting. So I will certainly let them know which direction the city has chosen to go. And with that being said, that completes the presentation. And if you have questions, myself or Jennifer would be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Monica. Questions for staff before we open up for public hearing? Councilmember Purington.
Thanks, Monica. So Monica, regarding the recode fees, how different will those be compared to some of what we've got now with this zoning? How do you determine those?
Sure. So how I've determined them is based on the administrative procedures that are laid out in Project Recode. There are certain processes that are proposed to be adopted that aren't currently in place. For instance, the landscape plan review is something that would be more of a standalone type thing. Planned neighborhood developments, that's something that we've been talking about for our larger developments. That's an entirely new process and kit of parts. If you've probably heard Nicole say that a lot when she's presented. So basically, we've looked at specifically what the administrative procedures lay out and estimated the time that it would take. And, you know, since we do consider these fees every 2 years, if we're way off base, you know, I would certainly be able to analyze that in the coming, you know, year and a half once we get Recode adopted, and be able to provide an opinion as to whether or not we're accurate on those fees.
Okay, Councilmember Purington.
So whenever Recode is adopted, when and if it is adopted, I'll put it that way, I guess, would that be immediate? So these fees would immediately go into effect, or would it be more prudent to look at Recode for the 2020 or 2022 fiscal year?
It is important that the fees are in place at the time that Project Recode becomes effective, Councilmember Purington, because if that were not the case, we would have folks submitting applications and we would not have a way to basically be paid for our work in those applications. And we do rely on our fees as a main source of revenue for the planning division. We are not general fund. We do take in an estimated about $315,000 a year in our fees alone. So that, with our federal grant for our transportation planning, plus the mill levy from the county, are our only revenue sources. So to provide services without fees that are commensurate is not something that I would recommend.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a follow-up question, Ms. Packard. So do you have a plan to put the fee structure for the recode, the way that new fee structure will look? Have you already got a plan to put that in place? Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Joy. Exhibit B attached to the resolution are the new fees that do not already exist that are specifically related to Project Recode. So there is language in the resolution that says the fees listed out in Exhibit B would not become effective until the adoption and effective date of Project Recode. So these would just be preliminarily approved and hanging out there, and we would not be collecting these until, or in the words of Councilmember Puritan, if Project Recode is adopted.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So Monica, 10% seems like kind of a big jump. So my question is do we have a $25,000 deficit and a $6,000 deficit? And will people getting permits and so forth, will they see faster turnaround times? Will they see different client services, anything like that for this additional fee, or is it just to cover costs?
Right now, the fees are proposed to increase to cover our cost of current delivery of services. So you know, we are trying to do things like increase our online submittal, our digital plan review. But unfortunately, the way that our fee structure is currently in place, you know, at the time, some of these fees were put in place and without regular kind of review and continued keeping up with the cost to provide services, we have kind of created this gap. So I understand that it may seem like 10% is a lot. I can say, just to put it into perspective, our largest application type, so we're talking major subdivision, let's say we're talking Copper Ridge, we're looking at an application increase of just over $600. So if that kind of puts into perspective what 10% looks like, for our just regular kind of run-of-the-mill, you know, zoning compliance or zoning clarification, we're looking at $7 on a permit. So hopefully that helps provide some perspective as to what 10% looks like.
Councilman Brown?
Thank you. So to clarify, Monica, then the extra revenue would add additional services, such as, you know, different websites, stuff like that you're talking about?
Councilmember Brown, sorry, I wasn't clear. Right now, the proposed fee increases are just to cover our current cost to deliver services. So while we're working on other things, these fees are, when I've done the evaluation of time and cost in those things, it was just to keep up with our current delivery of services.
Okay, so we are basically running in a deficit at this point.
In the sense that we do not have a dedicated revenue stream to say invest in, you know, technology to increase those services. Yes, but yes, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Monica. I'm going to ask you a question, and I saw Councilmember Neese's hand up. And this is a question that you and Chris Kukulski may want to comment on. It has to do with how we define when Project Recode is adopted. Right now, Exhibit B would only be triggered, the language in the resolution would say, the Project Recode fees as shown in Exhibit B shall become effective upon adoption of Project Recode. The problem is that Recode is a whale of a project and we have not dug into it. And I can imagine a scenario where we approve part but not others. And there's a desire to implement the fees, but developers say, hey, you haven't adopted the whole project. We don't owe these fees. We could come back and revisit it at that time, of course. But I'm wondering if we can avoid that confusion or that issue by adding some language in that sentence. And what I would ask, whether city staff objects to, is instead of just saying that Exhibit B becomes effective upon adoption of Project Recode, we add in about a dozen words that would say, upon adoption of Project Recode in full or approved in part, and requiring any service described in Exhibit B, and then continue and remain in effect. So in other words, if we adopt something that requires that we provide the services, then those fees apply. Would staff have any objection to that clarification?
I can go ahead and speak to that if you don't mind, Chris.
No, please do.
I personally do not have an issue with that. The adoption of Project Recode, whether it happens in whole or in part, these processes are spelled out in the administrative procedures. So when that gets adopted, it would need to have the fees associated to go with it. Because those are adopted by ordinance, there is a 30-day effective period between the actual effective date, if you will. So I think the clarifying words, I'm happy with it, and I would not want to see lack of those words keep us from considering this tonight.
Thank you very much. I see that Wyeth Friday, Planning Director, is also with us in case Wyeth wanted to comment further.
Mayor, if I might, the only thing I just wanted to clarify, and I don't want to get us off track, so I agree with what Monica's saying and support that this language could be changed. I think the bigger picture issue is that Project Recode, while it is very large because it is the entire zoning code, is very much tied together and all the different parts fit together. And so, and I've said this before and I'll be saying it, I'm sure, many times as we go through the process with it, but it's not going to be something where you can pull out a piece here or there and expect the rest of it to function very, correctly. So I think that's going to be important in the big picture, that we keep that in mind when we get to Recode, that it's not going to be a, kind of a menu type of thing in certain cases, because it'll create a lot of issues with how things are connected. And again, I don't want to get off track tonight, but I just wanted to mention that, because when you start talking about, pieces and parts, that could really cause some challenges later. So, but I don't have any issue, like as Monica said, with the language to do that tonight for the fees.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that clarification also. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I got two things. One, I'll just talk to the fees if you don't mind. I don't know, Monica, you said I think in the memo, the council directed to do it every 2 years. I don't know what we can do to change that. I think we should address them every year, because it really isn't a 10% increase. It's 10% this year, but it's, if you annualize it, it's going to be much less. So that's the first thing. I don't know, Chris, if you can answer that, what we need to do to direct the staff to start doing it annually instead of biannual. Would there be something that we need to bring up in a work session to discuss this, or can we do it now?
Chris Kukulski.
So, Mayor and Council, I'm not familiar enough with our structure to say why 2 years here makes more sense or annually. I mean, you will recall utility rates we have been doing on an every, we adopt them in 2-year patterns. Others we do annually. So I'm not aware of anything, real significant that would drive it to be problematic or beneficial either of those two directions. And I'm not sure what I assume it's something the past has kind of driven us to fall into this every 2-year pattern.
Okay. Council Member Purington.
I'm just going to toss this out there because I did ask that. I think it was also in Public Works. You'll see it where they have that biannual increase in fees. And the history I was given 6 years ago, they decided to do that as a council. It didn't get any reasoning behind it. So I don't know, to look it up and see what that involves. So it may be something that we want to look at, after the fact.
Back to Chris Kukulski.
And I'm sorry, something as I'm kind of working through it. Some of it I would think depends also on the amount of effort that goes into providing you the information. So let's just take utility rates as an example. There's some serious money that's spent and time that goes into making sure that those rate structures mirror our capital improvement plans and our long-range plans. And so sometimes it is good to adopt them in multi-year chunks or whatnot. I think the pattern we don't want to do, and I don't see that here, is we don't want to go years between looking at, when I mean years, 3, 5, 7 years, and not be looking at it. So whether it's annual or every other, I don't have a strong opinion for you there. Just be aware of the investment that goes into setting it up with the background data for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for staff? Just a reminder, we still need to move to a public hearing soon. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. The other thing I wanted to bring up was, I agree with you, Mayor, as far as some of the language of adopting it in RECODE's not there. You know, here we're voting on fees that don't exist. RECODE was supposed to be brought to us, I think, early May. COVID hit, and so now it's been pushed back now almost a year. Who knows what will hit before. I don't think we should vote on fees until we're ready to implement them. And as Wyatt said, I mean, this is all one piece. You have to implement it all at one time. And so I think those fees should be brought to us as part of the RECODE, and that they can be adopted with the RECODE and they'll be put into place. I don't think there's any need for us to go through and confuse developers by seeing these different fees that aren't there we don't know when they're going to be adopted. It could be sometime next year, could be sometime late next fiscal year. So I would hope that we could just remove that whole section about the RECODE for now and just bring it back when RECODE's adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we'll ask staff at some point, is there a problem with just coming back to this later? Is there real benefit to having those out there now? Councilmember Shaw?
I just wanted to respond to that. Sorry if this is too loud. To say that if I'm a developer and I'm thinking ahead for a project next year, I'm probably already thinking about that now. For me, I think it would be very helpful to actually be able to see those increases that are going to come in down the road, even if it's not happening immediately. So I understand what you're saying, but I think for me, for planning purposes, I would much prefer the scenario that's been laid out. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anything else before we, I'm going to ask council or staff, presumably Planning Director Wyatt Friday or Monica, to comment on the option of not adopting Exhibit B and then try to move to a public hearing. Council or Wyatt or Monica?
Monica, you want to start?
Yeah. I would say that the time that is spent involved in really trying to understand what our costs for staff working on applications, it's a heavy lift. Just as Chris was just explaining with some of our public utility fees, it's something that I have been very thoughtful about. And I think the resolution as it's currently presented presents this in a very safe way that does not make any mistake that we could possibly be charging folks, developers, for services that don't exist yet. And so I would prefer to see these go together. If they do not, and if Project RECODE needed to be reconsidered later, we could certainly bring them forward. However, these are real-time estimates based on, this budget cycle. So it also seemed like it was a good use of that analysis to consider Project RECODE if it does come to fruition. But it's just very clear in the resolution that these fees are only intended if and when that is adopted and effective.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's open it up then for public hearing, and we can continue council discussion after the public hearing. The phone number 237-6196. This is the public hearing on item number 4, engineering and planning fee increases. That number again, 237-6196. If you're in the public, member of the public, and would like to be heard, you'll have 3 minutes. We'll ask you to state your name and address. There is a delay, so please silence your television or your computer and just listen on the phone. You'll be kept in a queue. If you called 237-6196 until it's your turn. Denise, do we have any calls to 237-6196.
Yes, Mayor, we have a call right now. But they must have hung up. Well, wait a minute, maybe they'll call again.
Okay, it was probably somebody else trying to sell me a car warranty. I get several of those a day, so. Councilmember Neese, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing if there are no other phone calls, Denise.
No other ones have come in. Like I said, oh, hold on. Okay, hold on just one moment. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
My name is Ryan Bradenberg. My address is 216 Rhea, R-H-E-A Lane.
Okay, Ryan, go ahead.
Hi, my concern with the recode stuff, the fee schedule is that those services are really a la carte. So there's fees on there that aren't being paid by somebody for each situation. So if the council adopts the fees and the developer doesn't use those services or doesn't need those services, they won't have to pay for them. Councilman Brown was really kind of asking some important questions that I think needs to be expanded on. You know, a 10% increase in staffing costs and costs to provide the service is pretty considerable, and I didn't really hear any justifications for that. So my concern is I'd like to hear some more about really what these 10% increases merit. And even though the numbers are small, $7 for the average person and maybe $600 for a large developer, I'd still like to hear really why that's a cost. Nickels and dimes add up. That's the end of my comment.
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other calls, Denise?
No, Mayor, I don't see any others coming in.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing on item number 4 and proceed to further discussion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Monica, I mentioned earlier, and we were told that Recode would come to us sometime in May, which is prior to this fiscal year budget. Did you already have these fees fairly calculated for the adoption of the expected adoption of the Recode in May?
Councilmember Neese, the budgeting process starts early in the year, right after the first of the year, when I started to do the analysis of time and cost, and for all of our application fees was probably around March.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So you had these ready to go for the expected adoption.
I started working on the fee structure in March as part of the budgeting process.
Okay, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I move that we approve, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony. I move to approve the resolution establishing and revising Planning and Engineering Division fees for FY 21-22 as recommended by staff.
And second by Councilmember Shaw. So the motion is for approval consistent with current language is approved or recommended by staff. Councilmember Ewald. Councilmember Ewald, you are muted.
There, how's that?
Very good.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first time we heard about anything about this, and this is going into this year's budget, right? We didn't know about the 10% increase. We didn't know about the stuff for the Project Recode, and we're supposed to pass it so it goes into the budget for 2021 or 21.
I'm not sure to what extent these numbers have or have not been taken into account with the budget. So Chris Kukulski or Monica, Chris Kukulski?
My recollection is we did touch on this the night that we did present the planning budget. So this is not the first time. I mean, I readily acknowledge these may be the details, but this is not a surprise. And as I hear it, this issue of rate considerations most commonly by the council is please be looking at rates on a regular basis tied to the budget and bring them to us. Otherwise, the taxpayers are the ones picking up the dime. So these are applicant-driven costs that the city's incurring. And so I think you constantly want to balance there to make sure they're fair and reasonable and equitable on both sides. The applicant's paying their share and the taxpayers are paying their share.
Okay, we have a motion in favor. Councilmember Ewald, do you want to follow up before I give it to Councilmember Brown?
Yes, I just wanted to make one comment, and that is, this is looking like a 5% a year increase. And this is mostly on residents and contractors that work in the city of Billings. And so I hope that we take that same stance against people that don't live in the city of Billings, but get benefits from facilities and things that the city offers to these other people. So just to look down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm certainly going to support this. I just want to make it clear I was not challenging or anything else. I just think it's important that when we raise fees on anything, we can say why. You know, that was my only point. I'm certainly not going to contradict what I voted for in the past. So I appreciate you guys doing this. I think it's the right call. I just literally wanted to try to justify what the raises are for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to speak a little bit to the motion. Yeah, I know that there's been questions about why Recode would be a part of this. And there are members of council who feel maybe feel a little unclear or unprepared for Recode, but I'd like to remind council that the hours that were spent by the committee members, those committee members were developers in this city. They were people who have a background in this area. They are certainly aware of what Recode is about and that it's coming forward. So I think they are actually looking towards council to see how that's going. I think they're quite aware. Certainly the sign people, those committee members and those people from the public who attended those meetings are well aware of what Recode is. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Joy. While we have you, would you consider a friendly amendment that clarifies that if the Project Recode is approved in part, but these services are still required, the fees would still apply?
Absolutely. The edit or the additional words to the way that the Recode language is at the bottom of Exhibit B is fine. I'm totally sure that staff is clear on that, and I'm clear on that too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I've got that language, which I would pass on to the clerk and to staff. Councilmember Shaw, you made the second. Is that friendly amendment acceptable? Yes, thumbs up by Councilmember Shaw. So that is the form of the current motion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the increase in the 10%. I don't have an issue with that. I would like to see it come to us. If it's 10%, they do 5% in this year, 5% next year, something like that. So we're not being stagnant on the increases. But when we're approving something that hasn't been approved yet, I'm speaking of Recode now, I don't think that should be presented before us. And so I think that does need to be pulled. The developers, like Councilwoman Joy said, the developers that are aware of this know what the costs are going to be. They're fully aware of this. Although I've talked to several developers and they have no idea about the Recode. They're out there working. They don't know that Recode's coming. So I think there are some issues that I think we need to address with the Recode. And by the time we actually adopt the Recode, we could actually find out. I think Monica said they got the new website. We're planning to come in. There could be more expenses that we need to actually build into those fees that will take effect in January, February, March of next year whenever we adopt them. So I'd like to make a substitute motion, same as the councilman joined approving it, except for removing the option, the B regarding the Recode, and just waiting until that actually is adopted.
Okay, the substitute motion is for approval.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order.
Will it wait until we get a second? Well, go ahead and make your point, Councilmember Treaky.
So the point of order is that the typical process for making a motion is that you do not speak in favor of the motion before making the motion. That would be out of order. That's what we just saw, was someone speaking in favor of the motion before making the motion.
I consider it part of making the motion. If it went on at length and there was no second, that would be a waste of our time. So that's kind of the reason behind that. But a brief sentence or two sort of explaining what the motion is, I don't have any problem with. I'm going to count that as in order. So we do have a motion. The question is, do we have a second to Councilmember Neese's motion to approve, but to remove Exhibit B, in references to the recode fees? Councilmember Ewalt is raising two fingers, so that's a second. Discussion now on the substitute motion for approval, but without the recode fees. Is there discussion? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. So I'm not going to support this substitute motion because I've been listening very carefully to what's being said and have been a part of the recode process for the past 2.5 years. And I guess to go back to what Roy was saying, that he's spoken to some developers that don't know about Project Recode, it seems to me that, first of all, with these Project Recode numbers being in this particular resolution or presentation that will be given to these developers, I think this is a really good way of them learning about Project Recode, that they would see it, they would learn about it, they would know what's coming. And it seems like that would be a really good way for them to understand and know what's coming and be prepared for it. So I'm not going to support that.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the substitute motion for approval minus Exhibit B and the recode fees? If not, we're going to proceed to a vote on the substitute motion. Substitute motion passes. That resolves the issue. We move on to the next item. If it fails, we come back to the underlying motion. All in favor of Councilmember Neese's substitute motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Neese, Councilmember Ewalt, Councilmember Brown, and Councilmember Purington. If in opposition to the substitute motion, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Chiriki, Boyette, Shaw, Ronning, Joy, Yakowicz, and Cole. So motion fails, and it brings us back then to Councilmember Joy's underlying motion for approval with the amended language that would address partial resolution and clarify that the fees still would exist. Does include recode fees. Any further discussion on the underlying motion? If not, all in favor of the underlying motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Cole, Chiriki, Boyette, Shaw, Ronning, Joy, Ewalt, Yakowicz, Brown. If in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Neese and Purington. The fees are adopted. Motion is passed. That concludes item number 4. Thank you very much. Item number 5, it's 7:23. I think we can probably get through this, and then we'll have a bit of a break before we go on to item number 6, which is the budget. So item number 5, Denise, would you read item number 5?
Yes. Public hearing and resolution approving and adopting public works right-of-way fees for fiscal year 21-22. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Back to Jennifer. You've got a presentation for us.
So yes, I'll be really quick tonight. It's about a 30-second presentation here if I can get it loaded.
Jennifer, you're muted. You need to unmute.
Okay, sorry about that. Start over here, but I'll be really quick. Public Works reviews our fees every 2 years in conjunction with the fees that you just passed. A little bit more clarification on why we do that is it is an extensive amount of work to review each fee. So just to shorten some staff time and not bring so much to council, we've just gone on a 2-year basis, but we can certainly adjust that if needed. If there's a preference by council, we can adjust that to every year. The fees that we are proposing tonight would be in effect for the next 2 fiscal years then. Since Public Works is completely outside of the general fund, we have to recover the cost of doing business for all of our services. The proposed fees are then based on the cost of service principles. I won't go through each fee tonight, but generally right-of-way fees are charged to utilities and contractors who are doing work in the right-of-way and typically making a profit from doing that work. The fees cover the cost of administration and inspection services to ensure the work is performed to our standards. The proposed fees increase at various rates, with the average rate increase again on this one being 10%. The fees generate about $410,000 annually total. The 10% on these comes from the fact that we are just not recovering the cost of service now. So we underestimated that last time we proposed them. So it's adjusting for that 10% is. And that's all I have tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Monica? Are there any questions for Monica? Councilmember Tricky?
I just saw a term there that I didn't understand. What, under the miscellaneous expenses, what does encroachment mean?
So encroachment is anything that is encroaching coming into the right of way. It could be like an awning on a restaurant encroaching out into the right of way. That would be an encroachment.
Okay, thank you very much. Other question, Councilmember Neese.
Monica, the encroachment fee, is it still $1 per square foot then?
Councilmember Neese, we have not brought that forward to council yet as far as the actual annual cost. What's in here is just the permit cost, the cost to cover processing the permit for the encroachment.
So still $1 a square foot?
We will be bringing those options to you to possibly adjust that. I think they will come to you in September.
In September, okay.
Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Both extraordinary women, but we're talking to Jennifer.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm wondering why Monica wasn't. I was like, she's not lit up.
Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, you got all these fees for digging up in the alley, digging up in the blacktop and all that. Do the people that do the work, do they have to get bonded so that when the blacktop sinks away and we get a big dip in the road, that they fix it? And for how many years do they have to guarantee it so that we don't have that issue?
Councilmember Ewald, Debbie Milling is on and she can better speak to that process. So I'll let her jump in here.
Debbie.
Yes, they do have to get bonded. And also we have had a 1-year warranty on that, but we are changing that to 2 years in our new standard mods, and those are coming out this summer.
Thank you very much.
Follow up.
Councilmember Ewald.
Does that include all work done by the city too, like the work that's going, when they do something and it sinks away, the contractors, is that increasing bid prices then? Because of that 2 years or 1 year?
Yeah, so everything is going to 2 years. And since we haven't done it yet, I don't know how it's going to impact them. Concrete and asphalt should last more than 2 years. So if it goes up substantially, I guess I would question why that is. So I don't anticipate seeing a large increase due to that.
Another follow-up, Mayor, please.
Councilmember Ewell.
Okay, the reason I'm asking that is I know a couple places that are really bad and they've been bad for 2 or 3 years and nothing's been done about them. And how does a person get those things fixed? Because I mean, they're bad enough that they could cause an accident if they don't get fixed.
Sure, you can send those to me anytime. The way our process works right now is the work is done, and then at 11 months, we go do a walkthrough. So every project gets an 11-month walkthrough. If it hasn't failed at 11 months, if it fails the next year, we do have some contractors that will still come in and fix it. Even though it's not under contract, they'll come in and fix it just because they know it's their name on it. So we still go back to contractors and after the 1 year, ask them if they'll do something with it. But if you have locations, send them to me.
Okay, thank you very much. This is item number 5. Any other questions for staff before we go to public hearing and listen to anybody who calls that number 237-6196? Any other questions for staff? Okay, then public hearing is open on item number 5, Public Works right-of-way fees, number 237-6196. If you're a member of the public and are listening and would like to comment, you'll have 3 minutes. We'll ask you to state your name and your address and give us your comments on item number 5, Public Works right-of-way fees for the next fiscal year. That number again, 237-6196. Reminder that our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing. Therefore, you need to silence your television or your computer so you're not confused, and just listen to what you hear on the telephone at 237-6196. Denise, do we have any callers?
No, Mayor, I have no callers coming in.
Okay, we've given a little time for people to make that phone call. So we will close the public hearing on item number 5 and open it up for further motions or discussion. Councilmember Purington. Councilmember Purington.
Having conducted the public hearing considering written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution approving and adopting Public Works right-of-way fees for fiscal year 21-22 as recommended by staff.
I saw Councilmember Tricky with a second. So we have a motion for approval. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion? If not, we're going to proceed to a vote. All in favor of approval, which is the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor is the entire city council, so approval is unanimous. Thank you very much. That then concludes item number 5. It's 7:33, consistent with our usual goal of taking a break for a couple minutes. We will come back no later than 7 minutes from now at 7:40. If we're all back before then, we'll start and we'll begin on item number 6, which is the budget approval for fiscal year 21. Thank you very much. See you in 6 or 7 minutes. I see your screen, but I also see the menu of editing options and things like that on the right. It's not just the slide. We completed item number 5, so that brings us to item number 6, our budget approval. Denise, would you read item number 6 for us?
Yes, public hearing and resolution approving and adopting fiscal year 21 budget. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. And our presentation tonight, I think will be started at least by Chris Kukulski, our city administrator. Is that correct? Right?
Yes, yes, Mayor and Council, thank you. And before I miss the opportunity, I certainly want to thank Andy and his staff. They're the ones who do the lion's share of the work here. And Andy from time to time may be chiming in, and I know I'm going to be relying on him to help me answer questions, as well as department heads will be available as well. So with that, we'll dive right in. For the fiscal year 21 budget adoption this evening. And just a bit of a recap. So really the first, one of the first key actions the council takes is to adopt the capital improvement plan. You'll recall this is a shift. I've gotten good feedback from you guys on this. We used to adopt the capital improvement plan literally the same night that we adopted a budget. I have, through my career, found it helpful to get the capital improvement plan adopted on an off cycle about 6 months ahead of time, so that clearly you've defined those capital investments. So that was December of 19 was when the capital improvement plan was adopted. March, you adopted a set of priorities or goals for this year and into next year. Over the past roughly 60 days, we've had no fewer than a half a dozen work sessions, spent many, many hours, as is certainly appropriate. I've argued over the years, or always tried to make the point, the budget is arguably the single biggest policy document you adopt. This is where you're appropriating taxes, fees, assessments, et cetera. So we've had several sessions over that. You see those dates identified in here tonight. If the council is inclined to do so, we hope that we do adopt this budget prior to the current fiscal year ending, so that we've got a budget clearly in place when we start the fiscal year, which runs July 1 of 2020 to June 30. The resolution you have in front of you in the council packet, I really want to be clear about this for the council and the public. So the resolution is not based on the city manager's recommended budget that we started with. Rather, it's been molded, adjusted, and changed based on all the input that the council has been providing. So if the council does, after this presentation, after debate, after public hearing, choose to move forward, I want to be clear that the resolution already includes an assumption of the city manager's recommended budget, city administrator, with $1 million increase to Park District 1 in revenue. It includes $700,000, and these are round numbers, or at least $700,000 in reserves from the general fund to be utilized. And it includes approximately $1.7 million in reductions from that original proposed budget. Now, what's not here, but is obviously critical to having this, much, much more structurally sound budget than the last year, and maybe even the last 2 years, is your later action this evening to go to the voters this fall with a repeal and replacement of Public Safety 2. You take all those actions together, and then we fall to the council's credit, I think, with a budget that's significantly stronger than where we originally started out with my recommendation. Now we would only be $700,000 off, provided the voters say yes to us in the fall. But the budget is not built around that. Next up here, we've got our, my apologies, I'm gonna have to adjust where you guys are. Summary of these changes that we just talked about, one of which a couple of you flagged for us today, regarding, we had a fuel expense, I think, out of solid waste that was inconsistent between some of our documents for tonight. It does not cause us a problem to adopt the budget tonight, but important that 176 flagged amount. I think we were 74. We had a location where we didn't include that solid waste, and that was a mistake on our part. So the original proposed budget at 319 now is sitting closer to 316,500,000. Just as a recap of kind of context, these are precise numbers, but their precision are a couple of years old because we don't know what everybody else's budgets have done this year either. But just to give you a little bit of an idea, Billings is not a high tax, high fee, high assessment community in Montana. On the Pierce City park investment side, some data we pulled, you've seen this before from Big Sky Economic Development, that we've all been trying to work together in. Again, I don't want to so much get tied up into the cents there as much as to point out, Billings is not a high per capita investment or tax fee side in what we invest in our parks. This is the slide that I think has maybe had some of the most significant impact over the past few years. And Andy, please help me here if I don't get this to the precision that we both intend for it to be. So if the council adopts the budget as now presented to you with those adjustments we talked about earlier, this 2021 proposed budget is where we land, or we anticipate ending the fiscal year with our expenditures versus our reserves. So going back to 2018, revenues, expenditures met each other. We got to 19. This, I think, was the first year where we dropped the $2.5 million franchise fee. Over these 3-4 years, we were adding some pretty significant, I think 22 police officers, firefighters, fully staffing those, created this significant gap. And now we all have the goal of getting rid of this gap. If, again, this budget gets adopted as presented this evening, and if the voters end up supporting the repeal and replace of Public Safety 2, we will come within $700,000 of being back into a situation where our revenues are equal to or greater than our expected operations and maintenance expenses. And it would certainly be my goal that next year we would finish off that closure. But if you look where we've been over the last 3 years, I think to your guys' credit, we have made significant progress, provided things move forward in this fashion. Staffing changes. As you recall, there were a fair amount of discussion, as there always is, relative to staffing. Let's be clear, there are still 4 additional FTEs in this budget, additional FTEs. Only one of those is in the public safety general fund. that is the prosecutor. I think there's been candidly unanimous support and recognition amongst the council that our prosecutors are stretched too thin, and that is negatively impacting our victims in our community. And so that FTE is the one FTE that is still here, included in the budget. The plumbing inspector is 100% covered, paid for by building fees. So there, I think the key absolutely is for us to have staffing, technology, and investments that keep our building industry moving forward and responsive to them. And this is an area we think will help us do a better job. And then we've got those 2 solid waste maintenance workers that coincide with the transformation in how we provide solid waste services up at the landfill as we open up our indoor facility and begin to transition to a MRF. Residential rate changes. So I think it's always been critically important to understand precisely what the typical homeowner is going to experience. They will, consistent with the last decade, see a slight decrease in property taxes. There's a couple reasons for that, some of which are the repeal and replace conversation about public safety 2. It's capped at 8.2 million. Others is we do have, I think, a bond issue from the past that is rolling off, a debt on actually parks investments that voters approved many, many years ago. Park District 1, this is inclusive of that $1 million increase and the cost of inflationary increase. So that's a little over, let's just round it up to $14 a year. We got arterial construction and so on. The most significant number here is water services. We all know and will recall we've got a $100+ million investment coming up with reservoirs and a water plant on the west end to greatly improve our community's resilience and ability to handle whether it be drought and or fire situations, catastrophic, or ice dams. Actually, I think has been the real problem I've seen in my short time here, where we can run into water issues. So there in total, you get $50 annually, or about $4.21 a year in adjustments are included in this proposed budget. The budget timeline. Some of you have asked the question, do we have to adopt this budget tonight? The answer is no, as much as I would like us to not just move this further out unless the council has got some things they want us to do work on to help you make policies. But technically, you do have more time. You could, your absolute last date is August 24th. And my apologies, I sometimes get this mixed up between the September and the August. There is in statute, as it reads here, timing connected to when the state gives us our assessment amount, when we've got to adopt a budget, versus I commonly talk to you about when's the last night to set the mill levy to be due to the state of Montana, I think in that 1st of October. So if this discussion this evening results in ultimately the council deciding they want us to come back 2 weeks from tonight, we can do that. Last up is the slide you've already seen before, and this kind of wraps up the presentation, which is just, again, a reminder that if a motion is put on the table to consistent with the memo that was in the public material and your material, that motion is inclusive of the assumptions or the direction we've received from this body over the past several weeks, although that direction has not been, it doesn't really hold water till tonight when you adopt the budget, right? You've been providing direction to me in work sessions. This is the night that you actually take the action. But I did want to be clear. This includes the Park District 1 adjustments. It includes the reserve, an assumption of use of reserve based on expenditures and anticipated revenue. And then last but certainly not least, it includes about $1.7 million in cuts. So with that, as I said, Andy, myself, I know that's brief relative to all that we have worked through for many, many months, but I suspect it's the dialogue we'll have tonight in answering your questions that ultimately maybe puts us in a position to adopt a budget that, in spite of COVID-19, does allow us to continue to move forward as a community, not in exactly the fashion we'd hoped when we adopted the goals in March, but in one that does continue to move us forward. So with that, we're happy to answer, Mayor, any questions that you may have, and we may direct those to specific department heads or myself or Andy as we work through this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you for the clarity of your and conciseness of your presentation. Is there a motion, or are there questions for staff? Council members, how would you like to proceed? Chris, I'll ask you to shrink your slide just so I can see more smiling faces. Thank you. Questions or motion? I saw Councilmember Neese and Purington, and then Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions just for clarification. On the plumbing inspector, you had the department as building. Is that out of planning? Is that where that comes from?
Councilmember Purington, building is a division of planning. So my apologies for not being clear there. It's a division of our community planning office.
So just to follow up, Mr. Mayor, on, so was that part of the 10% increase that we were just hearing about, or is that something completely separate?
It's something, their rate structure is completely different. And I'm not sure whether Andy or Wyeth, if we need to answer anything clearer for you, but there's Wyeth, can you just touch on that real briefly, how it fits or doesn't connect to those earlier discussions?
Yes, Chris and Mayor and Council. Yes, Councilmember Purington, they are different. The fees that the council considered and voted on earlier tonight were for planning division, specifically for development like subdivision, zoning, annexation. The building division is building permitting, residential and commercial permitting, and their permit fees and review fees are separate, and they're actually based on valuation of projects. So a project value, then we have tables that we then match up for what those fees look like.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, and I misspoke before when I invited motions. We need to delay that until this is a public hearing item. So later we'll proceed to public hearing and then entertain motions. Councilmember Neese and then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, I was looking at your chart, and I'm going to pull it up on my screen so I can see it. And fiscal year 2021 proposed, the blue section, those are actually the reserves that the council has set for the city. But everything over the yellow line, those are not technically reserves, are they? Isn't that unallocated funds, taxpayer funds that came in that we just haven't, whether or not they weren't spent prior years? We keep calling those reserves.
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, those funds would consist of unspent revenue or unspent budget. Typically, I wouldn't necessarily classify them as all tax revenue. But right. They are reserves or fund balance. I think the terms are used synonymously. But you're correct. They would generally be unobligated reserves, is I think typically how we've referred to them.
Okay. And Mayor, quick follow-up.
Sure.
If with the plan there, if we don't take the PD1 funds or the $1 million out of parks and put it into PD1, we would be just about 500,000 just above our the council reserves. We'd be pretty much balanced then, correct?
I believe you're saying yes. If you didn't transfer anything to Park District 1 at the end of fiscal year 21, you would have close to zero unobligated reserves. That's correct.
So that's fiscal year 21. We're talking June 30th of 2022, correct?
June 30th of 2021.
Of 2021, right? Okay, all right.
Thank you very much. And then Councilmember Brown.
Can't find the doggone mute. I'll hold off until after a motion's been made, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff before proceeding to public hearing? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Neese, you're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is another question for Andy. Andy, if the public safety mill levy 2 passes, then based upon that other chart you had, sorry, you have to keep bringing that chart back and forth, but it's going to show that we're actually over by 5.5 million in what the council says we need to have for reserves. Is that correct?
It would show, yes, that you have reserves over your recommended minimum, but you would still be using reserves to balance your budget. So a plan into the future would be essential.
Right, it'd be essential, but we actually would increase the amount. We would go from 6 million to 5.5. So we'd be only burning $500,000 a year off in reserves, which gives this council plenty of time to go back with public safety mill levies or park mill levies and things like that to structurally fix it.
I'm not sure about the 500,000 number. How are you getting there?
I just took the 18 through the 12 from 2020 budget, shows a $6 million excess.
Mm-hmm.
And if we actually pass this public safety mill levy, we would then be at 5.5 difference. So that's only about $500,000 spend.
Okay. I believe I follow what you're saying there. And again, that would be predicated on council levying all mills that were authorized as well.
Correct. All right.
Chris Kukulski.
Mayor and Council and Councilmember Neese, the other piece I'd add to that, and I know you're certainly well aware of this, Councilmember Neese, and that is we have significant capital needs, particularly in the criminal justice system and in our fire department with the conversation about Station 8. So I think I think we need to be very sensitive. I know you guys have been about using this additional reserve for operations expenses and then needing to go borrow money, costing taxpayers more money over the long run to build and take care of these capital needs. So I would hope that the additional above the minimum would be invested in the capital needs of the community. So just an awareness there. Thank you.
In response, Mayor?
Briefly, very briefly, and then other council members.
Yes, I guess I would disagree that because they are being raised by the taxpayers, whether we spend them on operations or capital, I think we have to have a plan to raise the funds for capital. And I would fully support that, raising funds for a capital like a fire station or something like that.
Thank you very much. Other council members and Councilmember Shaw.
Yeah, sorry, I can't see everybody yet. Andy, can you just give me a quick rough number for what it would look like, the increase to PD1 would look like if that 1 million was increased to 1.7 to encompass what's coming from the general fund?
Yeah, okay, if you give me a minute here.
Yeah.
So 1.7, is that the?
Yeah, it would bump to 1.7, I think. And then that would give us an actual balanced budget.
believe that increase would be approximately $24 increase annually on the typical residential home.
Okay, and the proposal, I'm sorry, you don't have to pull up the slide, but the proposal that just does the 1 million, can you just give me that number real fast again?
1377
Thank you.
increase.
Okay, so we're looking at maybe another $10 for the average household, and the city comes out of this scenario with a win this year of balancing the budget. Is that correct?
Yes, you would. If you increased it to 1.7 million, you would see an increase of about, what did we say, $10 there? That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for staff before we go to a public hearing? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. How many of the 74 mills are levied right now that the charter says we can levy?
Councilmember Ewald, Mayor, Council, I believe that is 74. The city is added 74, plus then it levies the voter approved levies associated with the library, Met Transit, Public Safety 1 and Public Safety 2.
But that has nothing to do with the 74 because those are all voted levies by the public. So the 74 is the one that the charter controls, right?
Well, all of them are charter controlled because they're voter approved amendments to the charter.
That's just what I said. So 74 is the limit that the charter controls. We've already passed the other ones by voter approval. So if you're taking 1 million out of the general fund and putting it into PD1, that then drops the mill levy cap from 74 to 69.8. Is that where it's going to stay?
Mayor and Council, that is not how we've presented the budget to you. No, those dollars are critical unless you want to make other cuts to the budget. If you want to lower the mill levy, that was not the discussion a week ago. But if you want to take any eligible expense out of the general fund, move it over to Park District 1, and then subsequently lower the levy. I did propose that a year ago, but it didn't go anywhere. If you want to do that, then they've got to be met with equal cuts to the general fund, or use more reserve in the general fund to do it. So it's allowable. I mean, I want to be clear there too. There was some language used a few minutes ago. Technically, the budget is balanced as long as you've got cash to cover expenditures. But the structurally sound piece is around the idea that your operations and maintenance expenses don't exceed your revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for staff before public hearing? I don't see anyone else, so we'll go back to Councilmember Ewald.
So you're saying just by moving $1 million from the general fund to PD1, or like Councilmember Shaw said, if we moved 1.7, it would automatically balance the budget. We're shifting it from one fund to another fund, and that automatically balances the budget.
What I'm saying is, if you brought in that additional $13.77, I think was the number, I'm shooting from memory, increase Park District 1, or $24, and you continued to levy the 74 mills, and the expenditures were equal to what we've got on the table tonight, then it would be the case that your revenues would cover operations and maintenance cost in the proposed public safety general fund budget. That's what would be equal.
Follow up, Mayor.
Councilmember, I think we got it. I mean, it balances as long as you use reserves. And the Park District is different from taxes, but if you've got a short follow-up, sure.
So it's a fee increase rather than a mill levy increase.
That is correct. Councilmember Ewald, and we did just kind of confirm for some history because I don't have it. and Andy did, this is in 2009, this is where some of your street funding administrative costs were. That was fully moved out of the general fund, included in your street assessments. And then you've no longer seen for the past 10 years those costs in the general fund. So yes, it is moving that cost over and increasing that assessment to cover that cost, so that you can use those general fund dollars to cover, as you may recall, 80% of which are around the public safety area, or without parks 90, closer to 90. Thank you.
Chris, I've got a question for you here that may be of importance when we open up for public hearing. We've had an awful lot of emails of citizens very concerned about potential large cuts in the parks budget. And this budget, as currently proposed, by my judgment, does not include large cuts to the Parks Department, but it does include some cuts to the Park Department. So the question is, if there were a motion to approve the budget as proposed by staff, can we clarify for the public what those cuts are? My interpretation, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the staff report currently estimates or identifies $258,000 of cuts from the fire department, $269,632 of cuts from the police department, and the difference, which is not specified, but to get to the $750,000 total, by my math, comes to approximately $222,368 from the Parks Department. Can you just clarify that that's the neighborhood of what we're looking at for cuts from the Parks Department, in particular, about $222,000? And if we approve this, consistent with the staff recommendation, is that the division of cuts that we are also approving?
Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to clarify, and I'm going to need a little bit of help from Andy here. I just pulled up the memo, and I'm not sure why it didn't come through the way that it should have. My recollection is we had about 166,000 in cuts to the parks budget. I think that was lined out in the memo, and about 70,000 in anticipated additional revenue from increasing some fees and charges. So the net effect of the 70 and the 166 does hit what we were targeting, which was we were targeting around 250,000 in net cuts to police, fire, parks. And to be clear, though, those cuts do not result in us closing the pools, the splash pads, aquatics facilities, or senior center. And the memo outlined what those cuts were as what I'd asked for from our department heads in that regard were recommendations on their opinion best way to deal with those 250.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We'll ask Andy if he wants to clarify, and I appreciate that clarification. The cuts would actually be perhaps significantly less than 200,000, but you're taking into account an increase of revenue or proposed increase of revenue for parks to bridge the gap. Andy Zeller, our finance director, do you want to comment further?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Yeah, I had neglected to put that at the end of that sentence regarding parks cuts, but it was included in the list where they were broken apart as 166,000. And as Chris indicated, the type or the programs that would be reduced were spelled out in the staff memo. And I imagine Mike Whitaker could provide more detail on specifically what those are, but they do not include closure of facilities.
Okay, so no closure of the senior center, no closure of any pool, no closure of any wading pool.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for staff before we go to public hearing? Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, I want to follow up on your question because we got the specifics on parks, but I just want to clarify in the police and fire, we are not losing any police on the street or any firefighters, the linemen. Is that correct?
Mayor and council, I'm going to pull up my memo. We will not be laying anyone off, but there isn't a, let me restate that. There is not anyone being laid off as far as sworn officers. And I believe the reduction in staffing levels on the sworn officer side is through attrition. But consistent with the memo. But I believe there were 3 or 4, and then I believe there was 1 position that's a non-represented, non-sworn officer position that would change.
So we will lose police on the street with this proposed.
I believe that is the case. Yes, I will pull up the memo so that we've got it in front of us.
That's right. Thank you. Anything else for public hearing? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. I just want to clarify on that, Chris. So when you're saying that we would not lose public safety staff, is that an accurate statement if the public safety mill levy does not pass?
Councilman Ronnie and council, as you guys are well aware, we will then be some $4 million less revenue. We may not have to immediately take action, but by the next fiscal year, we will have to change our spending to match our revenue. And I cannot imagine how you could get to $4 million without reducing the size of both police, fire, and parks, as they make up between the 3 of them some 90+% of the general fund public safety fund budgets.
Okay, thank you. I just really want to make sure we're clear to the public on really what we're saying here. So thank you for clarifying that.
And thank you, Councilmember Ronning, for clarifying this, because again, the budget assumes passage of the public safety mill levy in September to bring in about $4 million of new revenue. Very important point. Councilmember Purington, Councilmember Ronning, or Councilmember Purington.
Yeah, I think what in the memo that we received, police, it said that the vacancy savings by holding open 4 vacant positions, but it does not identify what those positions are, and I see St. John is on here, so maybe he could clarify that as well.
I think that's great. Chief Rash.
No, St. John.
Or I'm sorry, Chief St. John, and we may hear from Chief Rash as well if he's there. Chief St. John, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, good evening. It will be 3 of those positions will be vacancy savings. 1 is coming out of the police officer rank.
Chief, if only 1 is a police officer, can you describe generally the other 2? These are civilians, or?
Yeah, the other positions would be support.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Purington, you had a follow-up, and then Councilmember Ewald.
Well, I'm just wondering if those are vacancy as they come up, they will not be replaced, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Chris Kukulski, can you comment?
For some of those, that is correct. For currently, what we'd anticipate is we may do a reduction in force. It would not be a sworn officer position, though. So you see vacancy savings there. We're deliberately, working through what is the best way to do that, the least negative impactful way to do that. And what I would say at this point, Councilmember Purington, it's not laying off or losing a sworn position, but we may, through vacancy savings, save some money there, and thus over some time we will have 4 fewer positions. Okay.
Other questions, Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. On that list that you showed, you had that 269, 632 out of police, 258 out of fire. And then there was 632.67 reduced transfer from public safety. What is that?
So that's really just more of an accounting for our budget. As you recall, we transfer a significant amount of money every year from the general fund into the public safety fund. So reductions in the public safety fund would mean less money would need to be transferred from the general fund.
So actually, there's more than the 269 and the 258 for each of police and fire, because they got to divide up that 630.
No, that is the division of those two. There was an additional, I think, $30,000 or so that was being transferred over there to bring up the fund balance there to 1.6 million, but not needed to cover expenses.
So those are all one and the same thing then?
That's correct. It is just because we treat our public safety fund separately, and it has a significant backfill from the general fund.
So by lowering, I'm sorry, just to try to be clear, by lowering the cost of police and fire, you're lowering the transfer from the general fund by the equal amount.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor,
Okay, Councilmember Ewald.
so with the police and fire, we've got what, approximately $520,000. We could easily take that out of the reserve or the extra fund money that we have. That's where people are hollering for, is police and fire. And I can't see how we can run a public safety mill levy vote and reduce police and fire. I think we need to cover that some other way without reducing those two departments.
Okay, we'll have an opportunity for discussion. We'll try to keep it before public hearing a little bit on questions and from staff. I'd like to ask or give our opportunity for our fire chief, Chief Rash, to come on board if he would like, and just give a brief description of how he sees making these cuts to help fill this gap. So Chief Rash, would you like to just chime in?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Just basically what we were looking at to itemize our deductions to actually meet the $258,000 target included $8,000 in our anticipated fuel cost reductions, the costs, $125,000 in our deferred maintenance cost, and that's after analysis with our facilities director to see what insurance might or might not cover, and prioritizing some of our projects on our stations so we could get through this fiscal year without having roofs cave in and such. We did cut, again, this is fire 911, so it's a combination thereof. Did cut our overtime by $75,000. If you want to go line item, approximately $50,000 from the fire department and $25,000 in overtime from the 911 center. In addition to that, we did have two new apparatus that we received last year from the FY19 budget. And we have two more, if approved tonight, that will be ordered to receive within about approximately 1 year. We anticipate some cuts because of being newer equipment and not having as high of maintenance costs. So we're looking at cutting our apparatus maintenance budget by $50,000, which would bring us to that target figure of $258,000. So we would not have any effect as far as any loss of personnel through attrition, layoffs, that we would maintain our current level of staffing.
Thank you, Chief, for that clarification. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mary. Just a quick follow-up to Chief Rash when he mentioned the deferred maintenance, because I know Chris had initially, on the first go-around of cuts, suggested not to do deferred maintenance. This will not impact the stations. I mean, you will still be doing deferred maintenance. Are you saying these are something that you can legitimately either say you don't have to do?
Mayor, Council, Councilman Bernice, that's correct in my opinion. Again, we were not sure previously what the insurance effect might have on us being able to take care of what we call our priority items, such as Station 6 in the Heights, hail damage, roofs, things like that. So we did reduce that number to allow us to have $125,000 if approved tonight. That would help us to maintain and take care of our other priority projects. And I'm not sure if Mr. Kukulski had something to add to that or not.
I guess the only thing I'd add is I want to be clear, belt tightening hurts. So no one is going to say that these cuts are things that they wanted to have happen. What I asked each of the 3 directors to do is if you need to take $250,000 out of your budget, I want your recommendation on the best place to do that, the least negative impactful way. In this area, we've been deferring maintenance improvements on those 6 stations since before I got here. I would have loved to have gotten them done 2 years ago. So there's a little bit of kick in the can here, but there's also, we're getting some stuff done through the hail damage claims. So.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Councilmember Purington, I'm going to ask Mike Whitaker, our Parks Director, also. We've got a good detailed staff report about what some of those cuts will be, but this is so important. I want to make sure that Mike has an opportunity to comment if you'd like to. Councilmember Purington? Councilmember Purington, you were...
Yeah, I realized that. So, so that was the comment that I was going to make when you were talking about deferred maintenance. Chief Rash mentioned the hail damage, and I thought we got over $4 million in insurance. So I would assume that that would kind of take care of the hail damage part of deferred maintenance. Is that correct?
The hail damage part, yes, but there are other deferred maintenance at the stations beyond hail damage.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Mike Whitaker, Mike, members of the public may not have seen our staff memo, but in that we have a pretty detailed list from you of some of the proposed cuts of around $160,000, plus also that you contemplate some fee increases for additional income. It'd be unfair if we didn't give you a chance to weigh in however you want.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to start off by saying that what we're proposing will not reduce current service levels that we provide our community, but it will impact some of our programs. One is the buckthorn removal, 2, cemetery software, senior fitness equipment, website update, and forestry contract services will be reduced. But we will still be able to provide our current level of services to the city.
Thank you very much. Other questions from council before we go to public hearing and hear from many of the members of the public who call 237-6196. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. My question's for Mike Whitaker. And okay, looks like he's coming on. So Mike, it's my understanding that Parks was holding back on selling season passes for the pools until decisions were made by council. Is that correct? And if not, are you selling pool passes, season pool passes now? Or if you had stopped selling them, are you going to start selling them again?
Oh, Councilmember Ronnie, the reason that we put a hold on selling season passes this year is because of COVID-19. Okay. It's very uncertain atmosphere out there that you never know. We could backslide and go back to phase 1, and we would have to close our facilities. That's the driving force of not selling season passes this year.
Okay, so follow up, Mr.
Sure.
Mayor. Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, then are you saying that you're not going to sell season passes at all this year?
We're
Just
going
to clarify.
No, Councilmember Ronnie, we're going to continue to monitor the situation, but the farther we get into the season, it will be less likely that we will be selling season passes this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, I think you had your hand up.
I did. I just another question for Andy. Andy, if the I just want to clarify to make sure this is correct. If we don't move the $1 million into PD1, and then we go for the public safety mill levy 2 and it passes, we're pretty much even. But if it fails, is there still time for the council to convene to move not just $1 million, but 3 point, whatever the maximum is, was it 3.6 million into PD1 to help close the budget gap?
Mayor and Councilmember Neese, I assume you're talking about within this fiscal year.
This fiscal year, so it's still on the assessments for this fiscal year.
So it potentially is possible. I would envision it would require a budget amendment, which requires 2 weeks of public notice or advertisement prior to that September meeting. And then you will set Park District 1 and Public Safety 2 that evening, regardless of what happens tonight. So that will happen on that last meeting in September. It conceivably is possible. I think it'd be a quick turnaround.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna move to a public hearing. Councilmember Purinton, you got the last word before we do so.
Just a quick question for Mike Whitaker. In the memo, it suggested that you would also have some vacancy savings. How many personnel, I don't know, are you assuming that there's going to be people leaving, or would you explain that a little bit, please?
Councilmember Puritan, seems like we do have a regular turnover in our park maintenance area. So I would envision a couple people moving on. But
okay, thank you. Then we'll open up for public hearing on item number 6, which is the proposed budget and resolution adopting that. You've heard the phone number a number of times, 237-6196, 237-6196. Just a reminder that the budget proposal does not include the very large cuts to the Parks Department that many of you have commented on in emails. That number again, 237-6196. If you'd like to comment, there's a bit of a delay. Please silence your phone or your TV or your computer, whatever you're listening to us on, and we'll need your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes. Denise Bowman, our city clerk, do we have public comment? Yes, would you please put them on?
Yes, we have Carmelita Dominguez holding. Go ahead, Carmelita.
Hi, this is Carmelita Dominguez. I'm at 4440 Laredo Place. And I just wanted to thank council members for all their hard work and for these very difficult decisions that need to be made. So thank you so much for your service. I just wanted to share some of the conversations that I've been having with friends and family and different members of the community. And the way that we see it is, Billings really needs to be fiscally responsible. I mean, we can't run a business in a way that we're just going to dip into our savings all the time. Another thing that I often hear is that we should at least maintain what we have. So we should expect the same level of service and programs for everywhere, and we should expect the same amount of public safety, and we're already so far behind. So to cut anything like that just seems, it's hard to swallow. And then I think the other thing that Billings really needs is this sense of investing in our community that makes sense. Not like necessarily huge investments, but investments that the budget had already proposed. So by offering transparency, by having a public information officer, and by building in efficiencies like Six Sigma, those are tools that help inform the public of what's going on. And at the same time, Six Sigma builds efficiencies, which essentially saves us money. And the only way that we can do this is if we move all the eligible pieces of parks to PD1. And when we do this, we are fiscally responsible. We allow the regular maintenance of what we currently have, and we can grow our city. And so I think that that is something that's important, and it's something that the experts in our city management have determined. So at some point we need to trust them, and we need to stop micromanaging everything. One of the arguments that I've also heard against that is the sense that the creation of moving this money over to PD1 is going to create more power to the city. giving more government power. And I don't believe this is true, at least from some of the conversations that I had. This power has always existed, but because city council is the way that they are, and as much as they care for the city, that we've never raised these fees. And so that's important to realize, that this is no increase in power. It's just doing what makes sense. So I think, please, council, remember that when you have your vote. Another piece is that I heard was that the litigation, this would put into litigation problems. And I also think that the city managers were aware of that. And so they have consulted people. And I think that when you are moving operations and maintenance to PD1 that was developed for those pieces, that makes sense. So as you go into these different difficult discussions, remember what we need. We need to be fiscally responsible. We need to carry what we already have, and we need to invest in a way that is smart and is able to inform our voters so that when they do go to the mill levy, they can vote with real information. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Carmelita. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give us your comments. May we have your name and address, please?
Tom Zerboon, 1747 Wicks Lane.
Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Yes, I urge you to pay attention to what the taxpayers have said in the past. They asked for public safety. Now you want to cut a policeman. The police chief needed support people so his policemen could spend time on the streets and responding to calls. So now you want to cut what was needed to give us police protection. Now you're asking for a tax increase for public safety. The two don't go together. The taxpayers also ask you to spend the reserves down to the unallocated level. You have plenty of reserves to protect the police and fire at the current levels. You don't need to cut them to balance the budget and do what taxpayers have previously asked you to do. Why do you want to ignore your taxpayers and do as you please instead of what they asked you to do in the past? Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give us your comments. May I have your name and address, please?
Pam Ellis, 2000 Outlook Drive.
Thank you, Pam. Go ahead.
Thanks, Denise. I have just 3 observations from the budget, and I may be wrong, but it seemed when you were shown the impact on city taxpayers, it showed a decrease in property taxes because of public safety mill levy 2. I don't see the impact of public safety mill levy 2 repeal and replace. The 60 mills would be an increase, and that doesn't show. I also don't see an accounting of the 4 million plus that you applied for from the COVID funding, where that fits in. And third, at midnight last week, Bill Cole just randomly threw out, let's take $1 million from PD1, let's take $1 million, let's take a third in cuts, and let's take a third from reserves. I guess my concern is, given that parks is 10% of the budget, to take 30% of the cuts or 33% of the cuts seems out of whack. You've spent months looking at the budget, and then you do that based on a let's throw it out so we can go home at midnight discussion. I mean, I'm missing some pieces. I also think it's hard to know, just because you had people riled up about the parks and a lot of people wrote in and said, please increase our fees. That was 500 people or less out of the 35,000 voters. If you increase fees without a vote, I don't think you have a clue. Will that then create people saying, well, no to public safety mill levy 2? Because if you're going to increase fees without us okaying it, you're on your own. So I would still think really safe. I would encourage you to be really cautious about increasing Park District 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Hello, and thank you for your call. You have reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South.
Okay, Catherine, go ahead.
So I wanted to just thank the council for their, just a second, let me turn this up. Thank you for your hard work and your efforts on this, and especially for clarifying what was going to be impacted by the cuts in the parks budget. I think that was very important to the community. It certainly was to me. I wanted to say as well that I am, as a homeowner, my husband and I are willing to be levied more taxes on our home. We have limited income, but I think supporting the community in expenses such as the parks, which create health and mental health, physical health in the community, I think is so important. One of the other things I was thinking of is that the police often respond to calls that are not, maybe don't need that particular force or the presence of police as such. A lot of it may be solved by mental health givers or physician, mental health, or physical health giver, or someone that is trained in crisis response rather than an actual policeman. So much of the calls I see, and I live on the south side, could be handled by someone other than the policeman. And so I'm wondering going forward if there was a way now to kind of expand the thinking about what is police response and our public safety response. Can it include people or professionals in mental health and physical health, maybe mobile units of that? So that's what I have tonight. I thank you so much for your time and your energy.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You will have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Tim Warburton, 3444 Lucky Penny Lane.
Thanks, Tim. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to thank you guys for your time and all your hard work on this. Seriously, I really just appreciate your work and dedication to looking at all this stuff. I wasn't sure why I was going to call because I feel like I've kind of made my comments here the last couple of weeks, but felt like it was important just to make sure you guys knew people were listening. So just a couple of things that kind of caught my attention though. And I really feel like part of the budget presentation here and discussion and your priorities should be about helping the public feel confident in voting for the public safety mill levy that's coming up. And you know, I'm curious about Councilmember Nice's proposal or question about can we just, if it gets voted down in the fall, can we just go ahead and move all those things to Park District 1 anyway and make up for that? I'm not sure why or the confidence that's going to give people to vote for the public safety mill levy, knowing that that might just be the option. And why then wouldn't you just do that now? I have been pretty against the move to Park District 1 for funds. I think for different reasons. I don't think that it's illegal necessarily. I think that really Park District 1 should be a different tool that you guys should use. And listening to the previous caller question, you know, why you wouldn't go to the voters on the Park District 1 increase. Well, you guys have increased several things tonight, and I don't think any of those went to the voters. So you guys do that all the time without going to the voters for different increases on things. So I just wanted to call in, and those are kind of some of my observations. It's been an interesting discussion. Thank you guys. It's great talking to you guys at 8:45 as opposed to midnight. So looking forward to the rest of the discussion, and good luck with your deliberations here.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. If you have your television on, will you mute it now? And then may I have your name and address, please?
My name is Sonia Davis. Sonia Angelica Gomez Contreras Diaz Garcia.
Okay, and what was your address? I'm sorry, Sonia.
Oh, I'm not going to disclose that. It's okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, am I on comment now?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Hi, thank you, council members. Appreciate, my name is Sonia Davis. I just want to appreciate you all for your service. I want to particularly shout out my council members, Ms. Kendra. Thank you for doing an amazing job on your video last week. I feel like you did such an amazing job of breaking down what is happening in our community in such a very concise and thorough way. I really want to appreciate you as the representative of my ward, and also Mr. Yakowicz. Thank you for taking the time to chat with me this last Saturday at the Juneteenth celebration. I would like to recognize your commitment to the diverse issues that face our community. For all of the council members as a whole, I would really there are a couple of things that are on my mind. First of all, I would really like to encourage your support for the parks. They are such an integral part of our community, maintaining green spaces as far as climate is so important. Second of all, as enrichment and for the community, it's such an important place for our families to be able to recreate. Third of all, as a preventative measure, we're talking so much about public safety tonight, and I would like to point out that preventative, recreational, educational opportunities are the most important foundational measure when it comes to preventing public safety issues. The more that we can get people plugged into their passions and to be able to contribute in a meaningful way to their communities, that is the way that we prevent people from turning towards lives of crime and other ill-fated decisions. So as much as possible, I just want to encourage our council members to please support communities. When I was talking to Mr. Yakowicz this weekend, he mentioned that his biggest concern was taxpayers' dollars. And while I appreciate that, because I know it is something we talk about often, I can tell you that as a property-owning, tax-paying person in Billings, that I have no problem paying the extra amount of money every month, every year, whatever it takes to invest in our community, because that's what an investment means. It means putting money up front in order to benefit on the back end of it. So as much as we can contribute to our community through parks and recreation and school, not militarization of the police. I would really like to, this has been a little difficult to hear other comments and also wait on the line, but I did briefly hear a previous caller talking about the importance of exploring alternatives to traditional policing, and I would really like to echo that. The fact that
Sonia?
most distress calls could be answered by trained and trauma-informed social workers.
Okay,
I really
Sonia?
think that's the direction that we need to be heading in.
Sonia?
And so I really thank all of you again for your service. I appreciate you. I would really like to say to think creatively about solutions. Old ways of thinking is what has gotten us here, people.
Sonia, you're going to have to stop
Sonia,
talking
think
now.
a little bit outside of the box.
We need to hear from other people, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Sonia. Your time's up.
You can disconnect.
Thank you.
Denise, thank you.
Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
My name is Joe Fedden, and my address is 2533 River Oaks Drive.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
I was just calling to basically make some comments on this budget process. A budget basically can only be balanced one of two ways, either increasing revenue or decreasing expenditures. And moving 1 million out of the general fund to Park District 1 is not really balancing a budget. A little history: Park District 1 was originally created to handle a backlog of infrastructure that had been left go for many years, rebuilding tennis courts, things that restrooms, things that have been left go. And one of the reasons we end up with these backlogs is because many times when we propose new projects, we only think of the cost of the project, but there's never any real look toward the cost of operating and maintenance of those facilities for the next 20 years, which generally surpasses the initial cost. But that was the original intent of Park District 1, was try to get caught up on our infrastructure. Now, when we move stuff from the general fund over, as Councilman Ewald picked up on, if the mill rate doesn't change on the property taxes, you're taking $1 million out of the general fund, but the revenue coming into that general fund hasn't decreased. So it's either going to end up going to police and fire, which I support totally, or administration and legal, which are the only other entities I think in the general fund. So I don't know, maybe it's time to look at a charter revision, because the charter originally was set up to have mill levies to increase the general fund. And after a few of those failed, then it was okay, people really liked fire and police, let's call them the fire police mill levies, and they were approved. But that was the whole premise of the city charter, was to have increases in the city budget go through mill levies. By taking that $1 million out of the general fund and placing it in Park District 1, you're going to make that up through an assessment, which basically to a property owner is no different than a property tax assessment. It's called coming out of your wallet to support the city's budget. So that is not really, in my opinion, something that is balancing the budget. You're going to be charging that in addition. Missoula did the same thing back in 2011. They started out with $500,000, and I read this through an article in the Missoulan paper, and today they are about 1,300% higher than they were in 2011. They started at 500,000. Today, that Park District is up to 7.04 million. So, we can fund the entire park department through Park District 1. Montana Code Annotated makes it perfectly legal. But again, we're playing numbers games here and just taking it out of the general fund, as Mr. Ewald pointed out, and not reducing the mill levy that funds the general fund.
All right, Joe, your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is John Biddle. Address is 4 Lariat Circle, 59102.
Thanks, John. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for taking my call, and thank you to all the council members for the time and effort you're putting into this. I know this doing the budget is really stressful. I just want to say our city needs to have a balanced budget, and from everything I've heard the past few weeks, it seems like there's a clear-cut way to get there, and that is to move all eligible expenses into PD1, and then if the safety mill levy passes, then we have a balanced budget. It was mentioned, well, maybe we can move it into PD1 if the safety mill levy doesn't pass. But it seems that that's not necessarily a given. I don't know why we wouldn't just work to have a balanced budget. Some council members have suggested that we can still be using reserves to pay for things. But frankly, that seems irresponsible and unsustainable. And I think the city just has to grapple with the fact that if we want to fund these things that everybody cares about, we have to pay for them. And until the state makes changes to their tax structure, that means property taxes. And most people I've talked to, my friends, they're more than willing to pay on average $40 to $50 a year to keep our parks maintained. And we talk about public safety and things. If we can move that money to PD1, that's less we have to cut from public safety, because nobody wants to cut that. It just seems to be that that's the most responsible thing to do, the clearest, simplest way to get the budget balanced. So I hope you all would consider doing that, moving things to PD1. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, Mayor, it appears we have reached the end of the line.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilmember Tricky, you're on mute, or you're a mutant, one or the other.
So, Mr. Mayor, I, having conducted a public hearing and considered written and spoken public testimony, I move that we approve the resolution approving and adopting the fiscal year 2021 budget as recommended by staff.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion, Councilmember Yakowicz. You're also either muted or a mutant.
I second that, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion for approval consistent with the staff recommendation made and seconded. Discussion on the motion, Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I guess I wasn't expecting that motion to come so fast, but I guess I need some clarification from Andy, because it seems like I heard two different dates, and this is in relation to Roy's question about moving the all eligible elements out of the general fund into parks. So I thought I saw on the presentation that, and I've heard so many different dates now about when the deadline is for approving the budget. So I thought I saw on the slide the last Monday of August, but I think I heard Andy say the last Monday of September. So can I have clarification on that first?
You bet. Mayor, Councilwoman Ronning, City Council. Yeah, it is confusing. There are a lot of dates there thrown around. Statute says that we have to adopt a budget by, I believe it's 30 days after we receive certified value, which is the first Tuesday in August. And that means based upon your current schedule for council meetings, that would be the last meeting in August for you to adopt a final budget. However, we do budget amendments throughout the year, and so you could amend the budget after the fact. You set your final rates that are based on taxable value, which are your general obligation bonds, Public Safety 2, and Park District 1. We set those by the last meeting in September to make sure we have the complete budget, all of the assessments that need to go over to the counties for them to develop tax bills in time. So you do need to adopt a final budget by your last meeting in August. For clarification, you could amend that after the fact, and you likely will throughout the year do budget amendments. And you could do a budget amendment in September to move parks and then set PD1 accordingly. It would be a very quick turnaround, and if that's the intent of council, it'd be good to know that in advance, because it does require public notice before we have the hearing on budget amendments.
Okay, thank you, Andy. That provides clarification on dates, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for my simple terms, budget, end of August, Park District 1, end of September. Is that correct, Andy?
Correct. The assessment is the revenue side, end of September.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Two things. One's a comment on that switch, which is that to me, the waiting until the safety levy fails and then doing the PD1 switch is kind of the worst of both worlds. We're going to get whacked by the public every which way, understandably, I think, for turning around and increasing their assessments after they've voted something down. So to me, that's troubling. I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. I've actually never made an amendment before, so can I just say it now?
Sure, you just
Okay.
make a motion to amend the underlying motion.
Yes, I want to make a motion to amend the underlying motion that to increase the amount going to PD1 by the 700,000 that was going to come from reserves, so that we end up with and I keep saying balanced budget. I know the finance people have all the terms, but what I mean is a budget balanced, not using reserves. We're actually living within our means. That's my amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a second for the proposed amendment? Councilmember Ronning has the second. Okay, so now discussion will be on the motion, or I'm sorry, the proposed amendment to the underlying motion. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Can a substitution be made now?
I'll look to our parliamentarian, Brent Brooks, the city attorney, but I guess I don't know any reason why that wouldn't be in order. If there were a substitute motion, it would replace the proposed amendment and the underlying motion. Is that correct, Brent Brooks?
Mayor and council, that is correct.
All right, I'd like to make a substitute motion that doesn't take any money from fire or police, and we use whatever was supposed to be taken out of their account, out of the reserve account, to make up that difference, because I can't, that's it. Just whatever police and fire are supposed to come up with comes out of reserve account.
Okay, so the motion is to increase the use of reserves about, well, the sum of 258,000 and 269,000. So it would be a little over between $500 and $550,000 to increase the use of reserves and not require those cuts from police and fire. Is there a second to the substitute motion? I saw Councilmember Boyette. Okay. Discussion now on the proposed substitute motion. Councilmember Chiriky.
I just would like to have some clarity here. Is this a substitute motion to the amendment, or is this a substitute motion to the underlying motion?
It was my understanding it was to both the amendment and the underlying motion. Councilmember Ewald's nodding his head. But I guess it's theoretically possible it could be to.
No, it can't be to both.
May
I suggest? May I suggest?
Is it possible to have a substitute to both motions, the amendment and the underlying motion? Not addressed that before.
Mayor.
Brent Brooks has found this to be a very good time to take a break and go home, I fear. Brent, do you understand the question?
Yeah.
What is the substitute to here, and what are our limits?
Yes. Your Honor, council, a substitute motion can certainly be made right now. I think you would need to clarify, is the substitute motion with the one item from Councilmember Ewald, the only part, and then the rest of the budget is going to be approved with this one substitute motion item in place. But certainly you can vote on this substitute motion.
Okay. So, but what you're saying, Brent, is that it assumes approval of the budget consistent with staff recommendation, with the only change being it would eliminate the additional $700,000 for Park District 1, which was the subject of Councilmember Shaw's motion, and would add the change to eliminate any cuts to police and fire.
Yes, as long as Mayor and Council, as long as that is Councilmember Ewald's intent, you can certainly vote on that.
Councilmember Ewald was nodding his head. I believe that is his intent. So that's okay with me. That'd be my interpretation. But Councilmember Treaky, it seems like you'd like to address the acceptability of that interpretation.
I just want to be 100% clear right now. So what we are doing is adopting the budget with $700,000 with $700,000 increase in PD1 and a $500,000 decrease in the reserve. So I mean,
we'll look to the movement for his clarification. I assumed he was not it did not assume the increase in Park District 1, but that's for Councilmember Ewald and his second to clarify. Councilmember Ewald, the intent of your motion, please, and then we'll look to Chris Kukulski.
I think the amendment goes with the original motion, and my motion was a substitute for both the amendment and the substitute motion, and the original motion, to just adopt the budget with police and fire excluded from it and that amount taken from reserve account.
Okay, so that's the clarification. I assume that's consistent with Councilmember Boyette's. You had the second. Is that consistent with your intention on the substitute motion? Okay, Councilmember Boyette made a motion in agreement. So Chris Kukulski, you wanted to comment, and then we'll look to Councilmember Treaky and Councilmember Brown. Chris Kukulski.
I've never seen a group make so many substitute motions and substitute motions, which frankly, I think frustrate each other and confuse the public. Whatever you choose to do, my advice to you is just straightforward. Make amendments to the budget, vote them down or vote them up. And this feels a little bit like a sport. And I think the sport frustrates the public because they don't understand what's going on. Sorry, thank you.
No, I appreciate your editorial comment, but I recognize Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. So I still need a little bit more clarification. So that motion includes the 1 million to PD1, includes the cuts to the admin budget, and does not include the cuts to fire police. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. It would be consistent with the staff recommendation, which was the increase of Park District 1 of $1 million, all of those other changes, with one change, and that is there'd be no cuts to police and fire. Instead, we would look to use up additional reserves to cover that, a little over $500,000.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the substitute motion, Councilmember Shaw, and then Councilmember Purington.
I was just going to ask for a further clarification of what Councilmember Brown was saying. If Andy is still around, Andy, can you tell us what the hit on reserves would be from that scenario so that the public has that in their mind?
Yes, if I understand correctly, we would use the proposed 700,000 in reserves, plus we would not be making reductions to police or fire, which is another 530,000. I can get that final number 1 sec here. you would use an approximate 1.2, a little bit more, 1.22 million to balance the budget in the general fund.
And Andy, what was the addition over in increased reserves as a result of not cutting police and fire?
$527,632.
Okay, so that's the change, $527,632 in additional reserves used. Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. This motion that Frank is making would actually approve moving general funds, $1 million of general funds into PD1. That is what Frank's suggesting.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
See, I need just a little bit of clarification. If we're not reducing police and fire and instead using funds for reserve, where does that, and I'm moving $1 million into PD1, where does that leave the parks cut? So what is actually being cut from parks, or is it not being cut from parks? I need clarification. Thank you.
My understanding is the existing proposed cuts from parks of about $160,000 would continue, because that is part of the staff recommendation, and additional revenue from the Parks Department fee increases would also be anticipated. So unless Mr. Ewalt or Councilmember Boyd wanted to disagree with that, the parks cuts proposed by the staff would continue. And they're not disagreeing with that. So, okay. Councilmember Boyd went thumbs up. Councilmember Ronning?
So if I just understood correctly, and thank you, Denise, for clarifying that, because I had that same question. So if I just understood correctly, with this particular motion, the only department taking cuts is parks?
That's correct. Well, I should clarify, it also contemplated the removal of the public information officer, some other things that you could clarify as being from administration.
Those are things we don't have established. Those are things we're not adding. We aren't cutting that. We're not adding that.
Right. Whatever the cuts were that were part of the staff recommendation continue, with the exception of the police and fire. $520,000
services we already offer. Yeah, cuts are services we already offer. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tariki?
Yes. So whether I would support moving the police and fire back into the budget for this year, to me, is irrelevant to whether or not I would support this as a substitute motion. I would love to have a full conversation back and forth about that, but I think there are a number of other issues that could very well be in the budget that other people would like to discuss before we turn off the conversation about the budget tonight. So my understanding is that this is adopting the budget exactly this way, and we would not have any more conversations about the budget. It would just be over, which, you know, a part of me actually kind of likes, but, you know, to be fair and open with everybody, I think we need to have a few more conversations about a few more things and not just end it right here, right now, which is why I wish this was being done as amendment and not as a substitute motion. So I will not support it as a substitute motion. I might very well support it as an amendment, but I am not going to support it as a substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And anything else before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. If this is out of order, you can sure tell me, Mayor, but may I ask the movement why he is supporting moving general funds into PD1? If that's out of order, or you don't want to answer it, that's fine.
I think it's fine. You're talking about to Councilmember Ewalt, correct?
Yeah, I just don't understand the rationale of moving funds from the general fund into PD1.
It's going to happen anyway. So I just don't want police and fire to be getting cut because of this. I would like to see it all come out of reserve funds, but that's not going to happen. So that's why I made it. If this motion, I can rescind my substitute motion, and then I would make a new one if Councilmember Boyette would agree with it. And that substitute motion would be to postpone it until the next business meeting, because we got all this stuff we're supposed to discuss. I didn't know we had that much left to discuss, but so I'll pull my substitute motion and we'll see where it goes from there.
Councilmember Ewald, I need some clarification. Are you
I'm pulling my substitute motion.
You're withdrawing your motion, is that correct?
That's what I said twice.
Okay, Councilmember Ewald is proposing to withdraw his substitute motion. So Councilmember Boyette, you have the second. Is that acceptable with you?
I guess I'd like to ask Brent Brooks, for the sake of argument, let's say I don't, not saying I will, but let's say I didn't say that, what happens?
Well, Mayor and Council, then you vote on the motion.
Okay, I guess I'd really like to get a count of what, in my opinion, what people would like. I mean, I think we've talked about the budget for a lot of time and understand it. I'd kind of like just to vote. And if it gets failed, that's okay. And then we can talk some more.
Okay, Councilmember Boyette, you do have control over the motion because you made the second. To withdraw it would require your consent. I am understanding you do not consent to the withdrawal. So the substitute motion to adopt the staff recommendation with the change of eliminating any cuts to the police and fire department and finding that money by increasing the use of reserves remains on the table and before us for consideration. So further discussion on Councilmember Ewald's substitute motion before we vote. Councilmember Treaky.
I was going to call a question, but if there's no discussion, I won't call a question.
Okay, Councilmember Purington.
Well, I'm going to just weigh in here because I think, as most of you know, I'm not in favor of moving that $1 million amount from the general fund into PD1. I was even going to suggest that we look at the $530,000 to go into the reserves, because or coming out of the reserves, because I also believe, as we are trying to proceed forward in a very positive manner for public safety mill levy in September, that whenever we start making some of the cuts, I think we need to continue to support the police and fire. And I think we are supporting our parks. We hope to move forward with a parks mill levy in the future. And I think that's just imperative that we do that as well, because our parks do need to have a consistent and, well, what do we want to say, a justified amount of money that they can operate on. So I won't support this. I don't know now if it's substituted or amended, but I won't support this. But I also would not support Kendra's motion. So I just thought I'd throw my 2 cents in.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown, and then I suggest we try to vote.
Okay, just for clarity, this might be for Brent. If this motion does not pass, where does it go from there? To another week, comes back? Because we've killed the original motion too.
Council and the mayor, if this motion fails, then you're back to the amended motion.
And yes, and just a reminder that the amendment is Councilmember Shaw's proposal to increase the assessment in Park District 1 by $700,000 and not use any reserves.
Okay.
That would be what would be on our table or before us if this motion fails. If the motion passes, we're done on this. Okay, is the motion clear? We'll be voting on Councilmember Ewald's substitute motion involving the approving staff recommendation, but eliminating the cuts to police and fire, and instead using additional reserves to make up that $527,000. Is the motion clear? Okay, so I will now call for a vote for those in favor of Councilmember Ewald's substitute motion. If you're in favor, please raise your hand. In favor are Councilmembers Boyette, Councilmember Ewald, and Councilmember Yakowicz. And okay, and if in opposition, please raise your hand. Our council members Chiriki, Shaw, Joy, Brown, Ronning, Purington, Neese, and Cole. So the motion fails. That brings us then back to Councilmember Shaw's amendment to the underlying motion. The underlying motion just being simple approval based on the staff's recommendation. Councilmember Shaw's amendment discussion. Councilmember Neese on Councilmember Shaw's proposed amendment. Councilmember Neese.
Shoot. Yeah. Mayor, thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to rules for procedure for regular and special meetings, if a question is under consideration contains more than one distinct position, any member may demand a division. I hereby request a division of the entire budget for separate votes.
Isn't that what we're doing? We're voting on the budget. I'm not sure I understand your proposal.
Separate and distinct departments that I want to vote on.
Okay, not to adopt the entire package, which is the proposal of staff before us, but to break it down by, I think we have 15 departments. So we would go department by department.
Correct.
Okay. So that's, okay. We have an amendment to the motion on the floor. How does this play in? Brent Brooks, we're going to look to you undoubtedly on this procedural question, but Councilmember Neese, can you clarify for us how what you're relying on for this, which is not either, it's a procedural question, it's not on the substance before us. So can you clarify for us, Councilmember Neese, what you're relying on again?
Yes, it's regarding our ordinance for the rules of our city council and how we operate. Is section 2-221. Section 2.
Okay, I'm gonna delay us for just a minute to give Brent Brooks and myself a chance to flip open to section 2-21. And what's the subsection, Councilmember Neese?
2E.
2E as in Edward.
And Mayor and Council, I guess the question is, does this motion contain more than one distinct proposition as the rule states?
And Brent Brooks, what's your answer to that? Whether Councilmember Shaw's amendment, that's the question that is before us, whether Councilmember Shaw's proposed amendment contains, quote, more than one distinct proposition.
Well, Your Honor, Council, I certainly don't claim to have the last word, but I'm struggling with why it contains more than one proposition.
And I'm with you, Councilmember, or Brent Brooks. It seems that her motion is to make this one change of increasing, changing underlying motion to increase Park District 1 by $700,000. That seems to be one question. If she had had 2 or 3 different things, then I think Councilmember Neese's point would be very well taken. We could require that we break down her proposed motion and vote on it piece by piece. But Councilmember Neese, I'm not seeing that. I only see one proposal in Councilmember Shaw's proposed amendment. So I'm going to rule your motion out of order. I hope you understand the rationale as stated by Brent Brooks, and which I agree with. So moving forward, we're back on Councilmember Shaw's amendment and or proposed amendment and discussion on that. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I have a question. Well, maybe I want to speak to the motion. Speaking to the motion, that leaves the police and fire cuts in place without sharing those cuts with the parks. And so isn't that, maybe I'm misunderstanding and I need clarification, but if you're going to look at the total general fund and decide what should be cut or what should be funded, by putting the 700,000 back in, aren't you then just cutting the police and fire? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure I followed that, but maybe another council member will want to comment as we go forward. Councilmember Chiriki and Councilmember Shaw.
This, the way I understand it, this is not changing the expenditure side. This is changing essentially the revenue side by saying that instead of taking the money out of the reserve, we would be increasing PD1.
That's my understanding. So I think that's a very good way to put it. It's just an increase on the revenue side. Further discussion on Councilmember Shaw's proposed amendment before we go to a vote on that. Any other discussion? Councilmember Ewald.
So we vote on the amendment. If it passes, then we go back to the motion.
That's correct. If it passes, then instead of using $700,000 of reserve consistent with the original staff recommendation in the memo and Councilmember Chiriki's original motion, that will have been amended, and we'll then look at the underlying motion.
And so then Neese could bring his deal up on the full motion.
I guess we look back to Brent Brooks. In my mind, it's still doing one thing, adopting the budget as a package, which is one item. That'd be my interpretation. Even before that issue was raised, I'll just warn you. But Brent Brooks can think about that a little bit more. Now, that doesn't mean that council couldn't agree, I guess, to do that. If they think it's a good idea, we could maybe have some sort of vote on that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I guess. Any other discussion on Councilmember Shaw's proposed amendment? Councilmember Peterington.
Well, to me, what this motion would do is that it's increasing the amount of money that you're pulling out of the general fund and putting into the PD1. And I think the extra $700,000 is just what, and Kendra, you can tell me if I'm wrong, your $700,000 is basically what we were going to use out of reserves, and you're not wanting to use any money in reserves, but all the other cuts in police and fire and parks would stand as is. Is that correct?
Councilmember Shaw, if you'd like to comment on your motion, you may do so.
Thank you. We're not voting on the whole package yet. We're voting on just this amendment. So then we can come back and address the other cuts later. But I'm trying to just do this one at a time.
Okay.
That's right. And the amendment is to increase Park District 1, which would have the result of not using up any reserves. Any other discussion? I'll comment just personally. I guess I'll vote against it. I don't oppose increasing Park District 1. I voted to make the whole shift. but politics is the art of the possible, and I see a value in compromise and trying to keep on board as many council members as possible. And I see a value in having some use of reserves, which many council members want, even though I don't think it would hurt us to charge everybody the extra $10 or whatever the extra $700,000 amounts to. So anyway, we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment, the proposed amendment by Councilmember Shaw. Is the motion clear? Okay, then all in favor of approval of Councilmember Shaw's proposed amendment for additional $700,000 of PD1 and not using reserves, please raise your hand. All in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Chiriky, Shaw, Ronning, and Ronnie. If opposed, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Boyette, Joy, Ewald, Brown, Yakowicz, Purington, Neese, and Cole. So that the motion fails, 8 opposed, 3 in favor. We're now back on the original motion, which is adoption of the budget consistent with the staff recommendation in the staff memo. Councilmember Neese.
Okay, I'll now call point of order for separation of the question before us is the budget, which does consist of multiple distinct propositions and budget. Every budget stands on its own. You've got your enterprise funds, separate enterprise funds, you have separate departmental funds. It is not all one budget. We are considering, it's under consideration more than one proposition. So I hereby request that that be separated.
Okay, and I'll look to Brent Brooks and also maybe Chris Kukulski. I guess in my mind, it's always been a package, and that the rule that Councilmember Neese was citing was if a motion included multiple parts where this is one part, but I don't want to unfairly influence your thinking on this, Councilmember, or I'm sorry, City Attorney Parliamentarian Brent Brooks. Can you help us here?
Your Honor, my interpretation is the same as yours. It talks about if the question under consideration, as opposed to the various departments or divisions that are included within the city's budget. The operative word to me in your own rules is if a question has one or more or multiple parts.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, if in the future council wanted to break this animal up, how would council go about voting to do that? Chris Kukulski.
My thought, and Brent, please help me out here, the council could choose to make a motion any way it wants and how it wants to adopt the budget, whether you want to do it in pieces or in whole. So I don't think your rules of procedure prevent you from doing that.
And I guess I think, sorry to interrupt, Chris, but I guess an example was that last year, if I remember right, we adopted all of the budget except the Parks Department, which we came back to and approved several weeks later.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, if I could just add this one piece as we look at the clock. If you think we're going to get to the strike of midnight, we need to get the second reading of the Public Safety 2 done today. Literally, the election is on the day, and we've confirmed this 3 different times with the elections office. It is on the date as minimum by statute. So I need you at some point tonight before midnight to set aside this budget discussion and deal with the second reading if we're going to get close to midnight. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for that reminder. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, the only part of this budget that we're even discussing at this point is the general fund. You know, we've kind of gone through everything else. I think everybody's pretty much in agreement on all of those. We're down to the general fund. the only way I can see that it could be split out is by departments in the general fund. But we're specifically just talking about the general fund at this point. I don't know that there's any reason to split it up and take this out even further. I just don't see the logic there.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, you made your point of order, and I rejected it for the reasons stated by Brent Brooks, that the question, as I see it, is a single question, namely the approval of this budget as a package, but that would not rule out an amendment, substitute motions that would have a similar effect, I guess. So the current matter is Councilmember Neese, go ahead.
I'll make a substitute motion to approve the enterprise funds as proposed in the final budget. That way we'll get the enterprise funds out of the way.
Okay, so that is a substitute motion. And to what would be the part of your motion with simply no decision on anything in the general fund?
Correct.
And is there a second? Council Member Ewalt makes a second. Chris Kelsey, you want to comment?
Is the intent, and Andy, help me out here, because enterprise funds is a very specific, kind of technical accounting term. What other components of this budget are not being adopted with the enterprise funds? Because I think it's a lot more than just the general fund.
So I guess I would point everyone to where it may help. Point everyone to the resolution and exhibit. They're broken down by fund type, and I would interpret Councilman Neese's motion to include wastewater, water, parking, solid waste, airport, and transit, titled under enterprise funds on page 2 of the exhibit in your resolution. That's how I would interpret that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Neese.
That's correct.
Okay, I suggest we move to a vote on this fairly quickly. We have a motion, a substitute motion ahead of us, and it's been seconded. Discussion on the proposed substitute motion. Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor Council. I guess I would just speak that if the council would vote, if I would vote to reject this, and then I would appreciate Mr. Neese just making a vote. Let's do it or not, and let the council vote rather than going through all the departments. I would just suggest that. I think that it's less divisive, and it's just, I'm humbly just saying, make a motion. You want to do it, then we can go through all 12 if everybody agrees. That's just my opinion, my thoughts. I'm not going to support it, because I think we all can just either bunch it all together or vote one way or another to go tackle all 12 or not. Thank you.
Yeah, my understanding of the motion is that it does it a little different than by department. It is anything that puts money into the enterprise fund. I may not be stating that correctly. Personally, I wish this is a big issue. I wish it had been brought up other than at this kind of late hour, but Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Mike. I'm not going to support this. It feels like we're getting into some gaming here. The budget's been here for a while. We're down to a few issues that we need to resolve, and starting over from scratch, going through all of this again, I just won't support it.
Thank you very much. I suggest we move to a vote on the proposed substitute motion. All in favor of the proposed substitute motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council Members Neese and Ewalt. If opposed, please raise your hand. In opposition are Council Members Boyette, Cole, Tricky, Shaw, Joy, Brown, Ronning, Yakovich. Motion fails. Councilmember Purington, I apologize. Did you vote yea or nay?
Okay, well, I don't know what the vote was, because my computer, I don't know what's going on with it, and I'm just calling in, so I don't even know what I was voting for. So I wasn't voting, I was finding out what the vote was.
Okay, I'm sorry that we'll just mark you as absent for unavoidable technical reasons, but just for your information, it was a motion to approve the budget only for enterprise fund items. That was a substitute motion, and the motion failed. So that now brings us back to the underlying motion of Councilmember Tricky, which is for approval of the budget consistent with the staff recommendation in our memo. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, the question has been called for a vote on the underlying motion for approval of Councilmember Tricky. Councilmember Brown seconds that. And so it's not debatable. We'll have a vote on whether to vote. It'll require 2/3. So if you'd like to proceed to a vote on the underlying motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Boyette, Cole, Chiriki, Shaw, Joy, Brown, Ronning, Yakowicz, Neese. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. In opposition to proceeding to the vote are Councilmembers Ewalt and Purington. That means the vote passes by the necessary supermajority. So we'll move to a vote on Councilmember Tricky's original motion, which is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. Is the motion clear then?
No.
Okay, so the motion is for approval of the budget as a package consistent with the staff recommendation, which in summary includes increase of Park District 1 by $1 million, use of $700,000 of reserves, cuts by the Parks Department, Police Department, and Fire Department, and all the other items in the staff recommendation, those being some of the highlights. So anyway, the original motion is for approval. All in favor of Councilmember Tricky's motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Boyette, Cole, Tricky, Joy, Brown, Ronning, and Yakowicz. If you're opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Shaw, Ewalt, Neese, and Purington. The motion passes 7 in favor, 4 against. So the motion passes, and that's the adoption of the budget consistent with the original staff recommendation. Thank you, everybody, for your discussion. Councilmember Yakowicz, before we move to item 7, go ahead, Councilmember Yakowicz.
Your Honor, may I, would I have the permission of you and the council to move number 8 to the next and put 7 later? Is there a way of doing that?
Yes, we can adjust the with a supermajority at 2/3, I think, or is it 3/4, Brent Brooks?
Your Honor, your ordinance that I did email to some of you this afternoon says a simple majority.
Simple majority is all we need to switch the order of our agenda. So we have the motion, and I saw a second by Councilmember Tricky and Councilmember Ronning. So Councilmember Tricky will say made the second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Item number 7 itself, is that something that has to be done tonight, or can we just vote to postpone that for another meeting? At all, Chris?
Chris Kukulski? Chris, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm pulling it up so I can be specific. I know it's a component of the budget. Item 7. Oh, it sets rates, a series of rates and fees. So can it be separated for a future night? Yes, the answer is it could. Although I think, I don't know why you would want to postpone that part of it, but that's your call. Yes, you can postpone it, but the budget you just adopted does rely on the rate structures that follow. And I know there's a joint presentation schedule or planned by Andy and Jennifer to go through all of those at once. I do appreciate moving up the item before it, though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that was a good question, Councilmember Neese. So it gives us a little background, but our current motion before us is just to change number 8 to number 7, flip-flop those. And then we can, depending on how long, if that passes, how long it takes, we can come back to the question of the final item. any discussion before we go to a vote on that agenda change? Seeing none, then all in favor of making that agenda change to the that change to the agenda, please raise your hand. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So we will then move discussion of item number 8 up, and that is the public safety mill levy discussion. Councilmember Brown, before we go to our presentation. Councilmember Brown.
Well, I apologize, but I've got to step out a minute. It's been a couple hours here.
You bet. Thank you very much. It is, we've now gone more than 2 hours. Would you like to take a 5-minute break, Council? I see lots of thumbs up. So 5 minutes, and we'll be back by 9:50. See you at 9:50. Councilmember Neese, Brown, everybody's here, I think, except I'm not sure Councilmember Ewalt, but I'm sure he'll be joining us directly. Let's just, I'll delay a few seconds and then we'll get started. Why don't, it is late, so Councilmember Yakwich, before we begin with item number 8, was there something you had?
Well, Your Honor, number 8, does it have a public comment on number 8?
No, that was previous at the beginning of the meeting. So there will be no public comment on this.
Is it possible to make a motion now to approve?
We have a staff presentation, which Brent Brooks will make, and he assured me will be quite efficient on item 8A. So with your permission, we'll let Brent tee this up, and then it's off to the races. Brent Brooks?
Your Honor, you'd probably want Denise Bowman to read the agenda item.
Yeah, oh, thank you for catching that. Denise, would you read item 8A?
Okay, this is concerning the public safety mill levy. Second final reading ordinance amending city charter by repealing and replacing section 1.05.1. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Brent.
Thank you, Your Honor and Council. I'll just be extremely brief here. Our staff memo pretty much describes what you folks have discussed on numerous prior occasions, and that is that by state statute, if you amend a charter form of government, that has to be done by ordinance, which has a first and second reading. You had your first reading and the public hearing on June 8th, and tonight is the second reading, which does not require a public hearing. And this, of course, is to support the public safety mill levy proposal to be submitted to the voters. So 8A and B, which is now 7A and 7B, are two important parts to present this to the voters. And I will say something under 7B here in just a moment, assuming that 7A will be approved.
Okay, thank you very much, Brent. We'll now open it up for either questions or motion on item former 8A, now 7A. Councilmember Yakwich, you.
Thank you, Honor. Thank you, Honor Council. I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve an ordinance amending the city charter by repealing and replacing the current public safety mill levy in section 1.05.1 as recommended by staff.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councilmember I saw Councilmember Boyette. I saw lots of seconds, but I saw Councilmember Boyette first. So Councilmember Boyette, thank you very much. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. This will be fast. I've already talked with some of you, but I just wanted to make it clear for both council and the public. I was the low no vote on the first reading. My reasons for that was that June 8th was the last day that we could ask for more of an increase, and I just wanted to see us ask for more what we actually needed. But I have no problem supporting this now, and will of course be advising the public to do it as well. So just wanted to bring everyone up to speed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. Other discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? If not, all in favor of the motion for approval of staff recommendation, please raise your hand. Voting in favor is the entire council. It is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that. And then item number 8B. Denise, would you read item former 8B, I guess now 7B?
Yes. Resolution approving ballot language. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you, Brent. What's this item?
Mayor and Council, this is a companion to the ordinance that you just approved on second reading. In fact, you will note in the resolution, there is a reference to the ordinance that you adopted on second reading, and it is labeled and attached to the resolution as Exhibit A. And the resolution now before you under item 7B is the vehicle by which you asked the Yellowstone County Election Administrator, Brett Rutherford, to place this item on the September 15th ballot. And so this is another of the two critical steps that you need to approve to get this item before the voters in September. And I will mention that the actual ballot language contained in the resolution will be on a proof ballot submitted to us probably in the coming weeks by our election administrator. And then finally, the ballot language has been reviewed and drafted and refined by several of your members, as well as City Administrator Kukulski and several other staff members.
Thank you very much. Is there discussion or motion? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. The only question I have is what will actually be on the ballot starts at the summary, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Your Honor and Council, you will see the section number 2 with the bolded heading form of ballot, and that starts the actual language. So there will be some explanatory, prefatory, if you will, remarks, but that will all be on the ballot.
Okay. Thank you, Brent.
Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I was going to make the motion that I move to approve the resolution providing ballot language to be submitted to the voters on a special mail ballot election on September 15th, 2020, as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. I see a second from Council Member, lots of people, Neese, Boyett, and Purington. I saw Councilmember Neese first. We'll give the second to Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion before we proceed to a vote? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the council. Thank you very much. Chris Kukulski, I'll just let you know that we did get that approved by 11:57 East Coast time.
Thank you.
So I guess we made it. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I guess my question is, and I hope it's not out of order, is how we proceed from here with, or when, I should say, when we come up with conclusions, how to proceed with moving forward with the ballot and providing it to the public so that we could go forth and promote this. Will we have some sort of sessions on that? Will it be a work session that we would work on this? How do we proceed forward?
Chris Kukulski, do you want to comment on that?
So a couple things, Councilmember Purington, Mayor and Council. First of all, yes, we've got some details. I know you've seen some of it in the past, but I've asked Brent to again reiterate what the rules are as to our education responsibilities. We can't speak for or against as staff. We can't spend public dollars for or against ballot measures or candidates. So that detail will come to you again in a memo from Brent. And then, yes, I would suggest we talk about that in a work session. And your staff has already and will continue to give educational presentations to groups who've been reaching out to us, and we will proactively be reaching out to any and every group in town to answer their questions, present the information to them so they're informed when they make those decisions. And the more council members, frankly, can help in that, the better.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, please stay tuned. And now the hard work begins. Thanks, council members. We'll go back then to former item 7, which has multiple subparts, which is now, I guess, item 8. So Denise, would you read the former item 7, former item 7A? Let's see, we're going to have multiple presentations on these. So Denise, would you read all 7A, B, C, D, and E so we can get the staff presentation, which will be done as a package?
Yes, and then just one public hearing at the end?
That's right. After we get the staff presentation, we'll have one public hearing and then separate votes.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing and resolution setting fiscal year 21 annual assessments on the following: Business Improvement District, Tourism Business Improvement District, mill levy rates for general fund, transit, library, and public safety. Item B is Road Maintenance District number 6. Item C is Arterial Construction. Item D is Street Maintenance District. And item E is Storm Sewer. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening: approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. We have a joint presentation by Andy Zeller, our Finance Director, and I believe Jennifer DeRay, our Public Works Deputy Director. So Andy or Jennifer, who would like to start us off here?
I'll start us off, and if Jennifer's all right, I'll just run the slideshow and she can cue me when to change. So can you all see the slideshow now?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So thank you, Denise. This is setting many of the annual assessments and some of the mill levies for FY21 consistent with the budget. As Denise read, we'll have business improvement districts, mill levy, and assessment districts. The business improvement districts is an assessment on properties downtown, consistent with their work plan presented. Totals $408,936.72. The tourism business improvement district is staying the same at $2 per occupied room night. For the mill levy, we are asking council to set the mill levy for general fund at 74 mills, public safety 1 at 20 mills, library at 5, and transit at 10. This is the ceiling set by city charter. We are going to wait on public safety 2, general obligation debt. Those we wait until September once we've received taxable value, because as it is today, we only generate a specific dollar amount for those. Road Maintenance District 6, recommending no change for this. It's 51 properties at $55.28 each. This is to maintain the Briarwood Emergency Access Road. It's a fire access road into Briarwood, and just to keep the gravel there, weeds at bay, and to maintain that road. And Jennifer can take it from here.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Arterial construction fees are used for the construction and reconstruction of arterial streets. The fees generate about $4.4 million annually. We are requesting a 2% increase, which would generate an additional $87,000 per year. The average residential property owner of a 9,691 square foot lot pays $51.36 per year right now. That amount would increase by $1.06 to $52.42 per year if the proposed fees are adopted by council. We have 2 street maintenance districts in Billings. SMD 1 is essentially the downtown district and receives additional sweeping and snow removal services. SMD 2 is the entire city of Billings, including those properties in SMD 1. The 2 districts generate about $9.1 million. The rate increases requested are to maintain our current level of service. So the increases that we're asking for is a 3.5% increase for SMD 1 and a 1.9% increase for SMD 2. The increases will generate approximately $180,000 and will increase the average residential lot from $125.16 per year to $127.53 per year, an increase of $2.37. With this increase, Billings will still be below Great Falls by $20, and Bozeman residents pay more than double what Billings residents pay for street maintenance districts. Storm assessments fund the operations, maintenance, and construction of the storm system. They currently generate about $4.5 million annually. A 2% increase is requested and will generate an additional $90,000. The average residential property owner pays only $45.94 per year currently, and the increase would be 87 cents to bring the annual fee to $46.81. Billings storm fees have been extremely low for a number of years. They're about $3 less than the next lowest in Montana and less than half of what Kalispell residents pay. Andy and I are both available for questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Andy. I wonder if you could email us copies of your PowerPoint just so we have it maybe tomorrow. You don't have to do it tonight. So questions for staff. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. The only question I have is on the tourism with the $2 a night bed fee. Knowing that the tourism is pretty much wiped out for the year, that's kind of what everybody's saying. It's just not going to be there this year. Is that state mandated or anything like that? And do we kind of know what the effect of that is going to be, or any thoughts on that? I guess my question is it worth even collecting all of that and give them a break to try to do something for them?
Chris, maybe you can comment. My understanding is that goes into tourist promotion. So if we didn't charge it, then we wouldn't be able to do that advertising, which might hurt them even more. But Chris Kukulski, can you comment?
Yeah, these are local. These are self-imposed assessment. And though we don't have Alex on the line here, I'm quite confident they would be very concerned that yes, their revenue is going to reduce substantially because of the lack of hotel stays, but they still want to promote Billings, Montana. So I'm quite confident that they want you to please implement these. And yes, they've had to cut their budgets, cut their advertising, cut their expenditures, because this is where they get their money from to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff, Councilmember Purington?
Yes, thank you. So Jennifer, with the comparisons that you're making with some of the other communities, and I would imagine that Billings has a more street coverage and land coverage. So we keep up with what we need to keep up with. I mean, because I understand the increases that you have right now. So I'm just trying to figure out, we have a major snowstorm this next winter. Do we have enough for extra snow plowing? Because everyone, that's always their big thing, are my streets plowed? And so I'm just trying to figure out, with Billings being on the lower side, and I'm not, saying that we need to increase just for the sake of being up there with the other cities, but I'm just trying to find out how we keep ahead of ourselves, yet we're still charged the least.
Councilmember Purington, the increase allows us to maintain the current level. So that means that we do have enough in our budget for the average snow year. So if we get more than the average, we dip into reserves. If we get less than the average, then we build those reserves back up, and it usually balances itself out over a few years, fluctuating snow years. As far as the rest of the maintenance, we have enough to do what we currently do. If you drive around Billings, I'm sure you get complaints about weeds here or there in roundabouts or different places. We have long lists of maintenance that still needs to be done. So we don't have the resources to jump right off and do everything right away, but we have enough to maintain Billings the way we are right now.
Chris, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman Purington.
Yeah, just to follow up. So I understand, and I know this may not be the place for it, but so Public Works does weeds and mowing and some of these other things for the roads, the streets. So how does it work that we don't combine forces with Parks, who also has to have their own department with their own lawn mowing or equipment, I guess? Is there not that possibility of combining just a mowing service within, I don't know, it would be within Public Works or whatever? It just seems like it would be less expensive maybe to combine some of those services that are truly in other departments, but yet it's still Billings.
I see that Dave Mumford has added his video. So if he or Jennifer, Dave, you want to comment?
If I could, thank you. Councilmember Puritan, we do contract out some of our maintenance because it is less expensive to use landscaping firms for some of the things we do. We had worked with parks at one time. We actually found that with seasonals and contracting out, it was less expensive than what parks was charging us for mowing. So we have looked at it in the past. We, as Jennifer said, though, the amount of landscaping is catching up with us. And I know that there is a desire to have weeds and things down, so we aren't keeping up with that as well as we'd like. Our biggest problem this year is we can't get seasonals. I think we normally have 10. I think we only have 3 to 4 right now. We are competing with a very high unemployment benefits that are being paid out. But we will continue to work with parks on seeing if there's areas we consolidate. We have in the past, and continue with tree cutting and other things to do that.
Thank you very much. Chris Kukulski.
The piece I would add as well is it's my understanding from prior conversations about that it also has to do with the amount of lands or areas the Parks Department's taking care of. So they just simply didn't have the capacity, similar to what Dave is talking about. They don't hire 10 seasonals. They hire over 100 seasonals. So their issues on seasonal employment and taking on more responsibilities is extremely limited. The other thing I want to add, and it was in the memo, I don't want you to think we're keeping up. In fact, I think the memo mentions how when the maintenance district was established, it was to fund a mile worth of road construction. And today it's about a half a mile. I can tell you in detail why Bozeman's is what it is. And that's because we figured out to the detail what the transportation needs were at the time. It was about 60 million in projects. And there was a 3-year phase in to develop a rate structure to actually build those roads over the next 20 years. So Billings, though we may be keeping up, so to speak, we're not keeping up. We're falling behind relative to ultimately what these road conditions are going to be 10, 15, 25 years from now. Not going to solve that tonight, but I would just tee that up for the future, that those are one of the deferred maintenance areas, just like our pipes in the ground are set up to last 180 years. None of them will last 180 years. So we've got some more work to do there long term. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. I'll have a question for Dave Mumford, and apologize for getting in the weeds here. But whose responsibility is it to get into the weeds in the public right-of-way and kill weeds in the driveway, or the gutter in front of your house, the gutter in front of your business, the sidewalk in front of your business? There's some very visible arterials that we all drive down that in a few weeks are going to have a foot or taller weeds in them. And maybe we should have a citywide a citywide weed fee, and somebody with a 4x4 just goes around and sprays those in the sidewalks and the gutters. Can you comment on whose responsibility it is to control weeds in the right-of-way immediately adjacent to residential or commercial property?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. If it's in front of your property, we would hope, especially in residential areas, that the property owner takes care of that. We do spray weeds multiple times a year. That's part of what we contract out. The problem is, and it's mostly in medians and those kind of areas that we try to keep it down. The problem is that as fast as you spray it, seeds blow out of the adjacent properties and it starts to grow up. We also have to be careful of what we spray, because everything that's sprayed in the right of way ends up in the storm drain, ends up in the river. So we do limit how toxic we use to kill weeds. but it is our responsibility in Public Works to try to keep the weeds down in the right of way. And we do that, but if it's in front of your house with the hundreds of miles of residential streets, no, we don't try to keep those down.
Okay, thank you very much. But we do encourage individual property owners to take that responsibility.
We do.
It helps all of us. Okay, other questions? We've heard a staff presentation on items 7A through 7E. We still have to have a public hearing, which we will open it up for if there are not other council questions. Are the council questions for staff before we open for the joint public hearing? And that public hearing, again, that phone number will be 237-6196, 237-6196. Any other questions for staff? If not, we'll open it up for public hearing. Number again, 237-6196. You've heard the staff presentation on setting the assessments in those 5 different categories, the downtown business improvement district, T-bid, mill levy rates for the general fund, transit, library, public safety, road maintenance district 6, arterial construction, street maintenance district, and storm sewer. If you'd like to comment on any of those items, call that number 237-6196. We'll give you 3 minutes, ask you for your name and address, and remind you to turn off your computer and turn off or silence the television so you're not confused, because our meeting is about a minute ahead of what you are hearing. Denise, do we have a caller?
We do. And again, we've lost them.
Okay.
I don't know.
We'll give.
Before I got to them.
Any other callers to 237-6196? They probably looked at their watch and said it wasn't worth it. So we appreciate that, and we will close the public hearing on what's now item 8, I guess. Public hearing is closed, and open it up for further discussion or motion. Now, a reminder, we need to proceed with each item, so we'll open it up for discussion specifically on item 7A, bid, T-bid, et cetera, et cetera. Councilmember Yakovich.
Your Honor and Council, with your permission, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 8A, Business Improvement District, Tourism, Business Improvement District, mill levy rates for general fund, transit, library, and public safety.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Shaw, I saw. Discussion on the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. Any other discussion before we vote? And the motion is for approval. If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all the council members. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us then to item 7B, Road Maintenance District number 6 in Briarwood. Is there a motion? Councilmember Boyette?
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve Road Maintenance District 6, which would be number 8B.
Saw Councilmember Joy raise her hand. Did you want the second there? That's your. Thank you very much. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Ewalt, did you have your hand up? Okay, thank you very much. Motion passes unanimously. Item 7C, this is the arterial construction fee. It will require a 2/3 majority. Councilmember Purington? Councilmember Purington, you're
got it. I move to approve the resolution setting the assessments on 8C or 7C for the arterial construction.
Second by Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the motion is the whole council. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Item 7D, Street Maintenance District. Is there a motion? Councilmember Purington.
I move to approve the resolution setting the assessments on 7 or 8D Street Maintenance District. Yep.
Thank you very much. Second. Councilmember Neese. Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously, which of course satisfies the 2/3 requirement. Item, or I'm sorry, that was the arterial, and we just did 7D, which was the street maintenance.
Right.
So now our final item, 7E, storm sewer. Is there a motion? Councilmember Joy?
Having conducted a public hearing considering written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution setting assessments on storm sewer as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on the storm sewer assessment. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion for approval, please raise your hand. The motion also passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes our last regular agenda item and brings us then to public comment on non-agenda items. Final opportunity to comment for members of the public by calling 237-6196, 237-6196. This is the time to comment on anything that was not on our agenda for tonight. 237-6196. We'll delay briefly. Give people an opportunity to call in. You'll have 3 minutes. We'll ask you to state your name and address and to silence your television or your computer because our meeting is a little bit ahead of you and it will be confusing if you do not. Denise, do we have any callers for public comment on non-agenda items?
Yes, Mayor, I have someone on the line right now. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yeah, Tim Warburton, 3444 Lucky Penny Lane.
Thanks, Tim. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. I just want to start out by saying thanks for your service to our city. I've lived in Billings since 2005, been married for 15 years, have 4 children in the school system here in what's called Billings, my home. Graduated from MSCD, worked as a counselor in our city treatment court with Judge Nisley, worked downtown with our vulnerable and homeless populations. Currently, I work as a social worker in hospice, trying to provide comfort to people and their families as they work through the end of their lives. One thing I've learned is that time is really precious. My first taste of public service here was several years ago on the middle school naming committee for the new middle school. So it was an honor to be a part of that and certainly an eye-opening experience. After the election of 2016, I just wanted to get more involved. I've been spending more time watching city council meetings and in seeing the numerous calls for service from the city applied to the Parks Board. This was a sacrifice of my time for my family, and it takes a lot of my energy and other things that I find important, but I found it imperative to get involved and be educated on how our city runs and try to be helpful. For the most part, I have enjoyed it and enjoyed being a representative of the Parks Board and an advocate for the Parks Department. I certainly am open to those who disagree with me. I welcome a wide range of opinions and viewpoints. I think it's important, especially when presenting ideas to folks like yourself who have to make decisions that impact us all. I will say, however, after what happened over the weekend with regard to a fellow Parks Board member, that I've reached my limit on that. My hope is that you all saw the email for yourself and felt as sick as I did when reading it. To disagree with me is one thing, but to fat shame me because I'm overweight and that somebody thinks that is funny or cute, and to have fellow Park Board members, City Council members, sit idly by and allow this to happen is pretty disappointing. More disappointing that nobody reached out just to see if I was okay. I suppose if I was gay or black or any other group that is marginalized in these communities that is now not socially acceptable to disparage, maybe somebody would have spoken up about that. You have now sent the message that being fat is one of the last great laughs out there for some folks to get their kicks from. Is this the kind of bullying behavior that the leaders of Billings approve of and condone? Why has the city council sat by and allowed this behavior to continue when there was a unanimous recommendation to remove this Parks Board member? Why would good people in the community want to come serve on your citizen advisory boards when this is how they will be treated? Like I said, time is precious, and certainly I'm questioning why I have given so much of my time to you. You can ask and have good people to serve the city in these more formal roles to represent the city, or you can have that email represent you. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. And I will comment, Tim, we do appreciate your service. Frankly, I didn't have a clue what in the world you were talking about, but I think from your comments, I can piece it together. So I guess we can look into it, but you should not assume that some of us saw what you were talking about, but now we will. So thank you for calling it to our attention. Denise, do we have any other callers?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, thank you very much. Then if there aren't any other callers, that brings us to the end of public comment on non-agenda items, which we will close and move on to council initiatives. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So I just literally hit send and sent you all an email. Tim, my heart does go out to you, and I will be reaching out to you. So I've just sent you all an email. So I will be bringing forward a council initiative, a proposal for a council initiative for a citizens police advisory board. And I've listed the details in the email that I've just sent to you, and I filled out the form. So you'll get the form that's been filled out. And just so the public knows, and for those of you that might not have access to your email right now, typically I would have handed this to each of you as you sat at the tables. But this is something I've been working on for a while and have reached out to Chief St. John and Chris Kukulski and Mayor Cole and Kevin Ifland. And so we have a meeting that we'll be setting soon. Lynette's working on that right now. And I've involved different citizen members, and this will continue to increase. But my goal with this board is that it will help with the following, but not limited to: build, expand, and promote communication between the Billings Police Department and the public, use community feedback to inform police department policies and practices, develop a more diverse police force, develop and recommend alternative approaches to mental health crisis, develop and recommend effective civilian oversight structures, review and strengthen police department use of force policies, establish recommended standards and reporting of police use of deadly force, develop and recommend cultural training programs, develop and recommend domestic violence response training programs, develop and recommend trauma-informed response training programs, build a culture of support and relationship between the public and the Billings Police Department, develop and recommend programs of trauma-informed care for members of the Billings Police Department experiencing emotional or mental health challenges, and more. It is my intent with this initiative that it also develops a board that is diverse in representation, that is Black, Indigenous, people of color, and include people with disabilities. So that's all been sent to you in your email. And as we proceed forward, a date will be set where I'll be bringing it forward as an initiative.
Okay, thank you for that heads up and following that procedure. Other items of council initiative before we adjourn? If Councilmember Neese.
Yes, I initially, a week or so ago, I said I'd bring an initiative forward, but I'm going to pull that. It sounds like the staff is going to bring that item before us in September, so I will not be bringing an initiative for that. That was the encroachment fees.
Okay, thank you very much for letting us know that. If not, then just a special thank you to council. This marks a culmination of a lot of hard work over the last couple of months on a lot of budget items, a lot of great discussion about our city's financial situation, and a lot of hard choices. As Chris Kukulski said, belt tightening hurts, as do raising fees and all of the other things that we've discussed over these past months. So thank you for your patience. You can take the rest of the night off after you hear from Councilmember Purington.
Well, I just want to thank also the staff, because I know this is probably something they've been working on for a few months now. And so just to let them know too, that we appreciate their efforts and what they're doing. So.
We all agree. Thank you very much. And thanks for pointing that out. It's completely a lot of late nights, and not just for council members, but especially by staff. So thank you all. And also members of our citizenry. Thank you for everybody who stayed with us, and it's time for bed. So good night. We're adjourned.